Hello, everybody. Welcome to the pub. Saturday night. Thanks for being here. Last Dance, Random Goon. Good to see you guys. Get everything adjusted here. Get a little ventilation going. Right on. Evening, indeed. I hope everybody had a nice week. It's getting warmer and nicer, and everything's getting green here. It's probably a lot greener down south, obviously, and less green in the north. Yeah, evening goon. So, yeah, it's a very exciting time of year for me. I've got a vacation coming up next week. A week from today, we'll be leaving. So next week's stream might be on Friday if I can pull it off. More than likely that'll be the plan. After Goon does a awesome show of his own, which he does over on Twitch. Highly recommend you check it out. It's under the title Random Goon. And it is him jamming out some tunes on the guitar. It's a lot of fun. We're all there and having a blast. And so, next week, Goon on Twitch, maybe followed by the pub, we'll see. Like I said, I've got a lot of shit to get together before then for this trip, so if I can get it all together before then and have some time, I will do the pub. I.e. packing. Packing, not that difficult. Going to Florida, flip-flops, bathing suits, t-shirts. Yeah, dude. There you go, Goon. Maybe one pair of nice shorts if we're going to go out for to a fancy restaurant. But, it's not that part that's hard. It's me organizing all my fishing gear and getting that together for the trip. I started a little bit today. I got some of the rods lined up over there. I got a new reel this past Christmas. I meant to bring that down. I wanted to show it off. Maybe I'll grab it later. And I just ordered another fishing rod today. Not fishing shorts. I'll wear just anything, man. Fishing. But hey, Sammy Cat, how are you? Welcome. And like I just said, I was going to go down the road to the local fishing shop today, grab another fishing rod, but it's hard to you're not going to get the shit you can get on the internet at a local store. I feel bad doing that. I feel like a dick. I wish I could buy locally, but yeah, it's one click, man, and the thing's going to be here this week, so cannot go wrong. Yeah, I hear you, Sammy. I know it's different for ladies. That's totally cool. There you go. The kitchen. Neither of those, cup of tea. Neither of those, my man. Going to the other side, Sarasota area, which is on the Gulf side. So the two places you mentioned, cup, would not be my choice. Alright, cool. You can hit me with the question now. We're just bullshitting, getting rolling, dude. So, or if you want to wait till I have a guitar in hand, that's fine too. Hadn't really planned much musically tonight, but I can certainly. Hey, it's not bad you've been though, Cup. And those are two places I've not. Oh yeah, I've been to Orlando. I haven't been to Disney, but I have been to Orlando. Went to Busch Gardens when I was a teen. It was my choice. I can imagine. I use a Fender Deluxe 90. It's a combo amp, and it says DSP under the little red light that indicates when it's on. So Fender Deluxe 90, solid state, no tubes. I just had it repaired. It took 7 weeks and $90. And Machine Gun is what he wrote on the repair tag, because that's what it sounded like before. And it turns out it was a bizarre, I think it was a capacitor. So when you hit bass notes, it would kick on and off like Machine Gun style sound. So $90 repair, not bad. I bought it in probably, I don't know, 2003, 2002, something like that, maybe. It's a good little amp. It's got a great clean sound. The distortion sound, decent. Yeah, that's how you want it. $25, not bad. Yeah, Bahamas empty. That sounds like gold. Never been. Never really been to the Caribbean. Love to go. Yeah, Vox is a good name. I bought this because I needed something to play with the band I was with at the time, with a decent clean sound. So it's a good basic clean amp. It does have a bunch of effects on it. The issue is that the effects, you can only choose one at a time, which is pretty annoying. It's an effects knob, like a multi-click knob, so you have like 20 different options and then a level, but you can only pick one option at a time, which is hyper annoying. So for the most part, I use the amp reverb, a mild amount of reverb, fairly low. I thought it was $1,000 for the Carina reissue, but $1,500. I believe it does come with burst buckers, which is what they put in the yeah, I've seen them. We discussed it on the Discord. I think they make a Flying V and a Explorer option for that. $1,500. I would say yeah, I guess. I don't know. I've never played one, but it sounds like a sweet guitar. That's kind of expensive for an Epiphone. Epiphones, I think, should be under $1,000, but it is Carina, which I guess is a rare type of wood. Is that correct? Let me look that up. Cool, it's beautiful. Sweetwater sells them for $12.99 American for the Carina Explorer white pickguard. Sweetwater also has them for $12.99 American. Ooh, what's this? Oh, used. Darn, 850 used. 1,300 bucks I'm seeing here. Musician's Friend, 1,300. So yeah, it's a specialized guitar, I think, in a way. Thank you, wife. That's funny. You get an import tax. Okay, we have issues with the audio. Okay. All right, so I just adjusted the USB microphone. Let me know if that helped. Hi, John Grammaticus. Good to see you, man. Hopefully you're doing well. I am doing very well. Let me know if that helped, though, with the audio, please. Can barely hear you now, okay? All right, we're going to do a little work on the microphone situation. Hold on. All right, let me know if that helped. Please. I just redid the mic, so better. Okay. Hopefully that got rid of the scratchiness. It's a little twist in the cord. These damn things are sensitive, you know. Back at least. Good. Okay. Okay, that's good. Thank you. Which one would you be interested in getting? Random Goon the Explorer or the V? So I'll give the people a little bit of a view. Show me the money. We can take a vote here on what people like when it comes to. Okay. Let's get the consensus here. Now this is the guitar he's talking about. Beautiful looking guitar. Blonde, light blonde. Burst bucker pickups. It is sharp. Okay. So keep that one in mind. And we will go ahead and show you the Flying V. Same price, same wood. Doesn't look like it will be very comfortable on the lap. You have to play it between your legs, I believe, with a Flying V, and you rest. If you can see my cursor, I think you rest this part on the inner thigh to play it seated. These are really, really much better to be played standing. I love the way the Flying V looks, but for convenience, I'd have to go with the Explorer shape. I think it's cool. You like the Explorer? Cup of tea. First one looks cooler. Okay, Last Dance. Yeah. Yeah, the V would be a bitch. They're awkward as hell to play seated. Kind of like my old, well, not kind of, but I had a guitar that was, I still have it. It's an Ovation acoustic, and the back is rounded, so fucking slides off your slides off the lap when you're seated with it, although it has great sound plugged in. Flying V is a little guitar. It's a small guitar if you're a big guy. Although Randy Rhoads, being such a little dude, he that Flying V looked huge in his hands. All right, let's do it. Ooh. The Tim Henson signature model. Right in the $1,500 range. That is a nice looking guitar. Not sure what the share screen. Well, I don't know. I had an Ibanez, and I'm not sure what this one's going to sound like. Sharp looking guitar. It's got the vining on the neck. Very simple. Beautiful looking guitar. Not sure what color you'd go with. Color matched headstock, which is cool. Sharp looking. Double humbuckers, just like my Stratocaster. I would assume that would be a 5-way pickup selector. I think that's a sweet guitar. But I'd have to play the hell out of it to really get an opinion. And being that Tim Henson is kind of otherworldly when it comes to guitar players, even great guitar players don't play Tim Henson songs. Nobody plays Tim Henson songs but Tim Henson. Even his own fellow guitar player doesn't play Tim Henson songs, whatever the other guy's name is. Yeah, the Steve Vai guitar is also like $3,400, a little overpriced. The handles are a little silly, carved into the body. It's kind of a signature thing. Aphid, what's up, buddy? How you doing? Good to see you, man. Hopefully you had a nice supper. I know it's a little earlier for you there, so we probably cut right into your mange time. $7,000, Jesus. That's a lot of money. I spent half of last night looking at Gibson. Oh, you're on the grill. Right on, dude. Looking at Les Paul standards. Pretty much not going to find a brand new Les Paul standard for less than $3,000. Hi, John. Welcome. A small pedal board, like something to connect my pedals together. Possibly. I just use little connector wires, and I have 3 pedals plus the amp reverb. That's all I need. And I'm not riding a horse, so that part's out. Yeah, dolphins. I would do the dolphin thing. They're cool. They swim. They're there. I'd ride paddle a kayak around them. Yeah, sorry, I drink Bud Light. I didn't change my, Hello, Jim. I didn't change my, Yeah, it was. I did not, changed my beer choice after their advertising campaign. So see that as you will. That's fine. I know it bothers some people. That's fine. Choose what you want. You know, it's cool. StreamYard is in the description. As where it always is. And, yeah, whatever. Yeah, Sammy joining us on the family trip, Florida. Will be good. It'll be a lot of fun. I'm not sure what you mean there, Jimmy. That's going to be annoying. Ooh. Nice. Little grill action. Looks beautiful. There's a vegetable on there. Yeah, so we're excited. It's going to be good. And a lot of interesting stuff going on this week in the world that maybe we'll get into a little bit of it tonight. Come across some interesting things regarding our president and just some of his gaffes on stage. Pretty unusual, I gotta say, behavior. I'm gonna get some of them loaded up here, just because this shit is bizarre how this guy's acting sometimes, man. And I just added that to the DM with you two guys, so you'll see it too, but it doesn't matter. Let's not do that. But I believe is he 80 now? Joe? He's 80. So, yeah. Kind of an unusual thing to have him probably most likely be our next president. He's our current president, obviously, but it seems like he's a little spaced out. Maybe the age is affecting him a little bit. And in the past, I've said, I didn't think it was affecting him more. I see you, man. More like day to day or week to week or month to month. But now I think it is. Now I think it's more noticeable, or at least people are doing a better job of collecting clips of it, or it's more apparent for whatever reason. But I'll go ahead and switch it up a little and go ahead and add in Last Dance.
Hey, how's it going?
How you doing, man?
All right, doing well.
Very good.
Yeah, it's a nice week here. A little
Awesome.
cooler, which is just fine with me.
Are you are those rhododendrons behind you?
Yes, they are azaleas.
The pinkish purple ones.
The ones in the back are pink. The ones in the front are red.
Okay, cool. Nice. Yeah, it looks good. We don't have that going on here yet, but The weeds are starting up pretty intensely.
Yeah, the ones in the front are spectacular. I should force you guys to see a picture of it.
What do you have? Azaleas in the front too?
Yeah, I have just a big stretch of bushes in the front that I don't spend a lot of time trimming and making sure everything's even, like all the rest of the obsessive compulsives in the neighborhood. Every few years I might even things out, but I like to let it grow. And this, usually it's usually pretty nice, but this year it was really a spectacular display of flowers.
Mm-hmm. What do you think that's on account of? Extra rain, warmer temperatures?
I have no idea. It certainly has been plenty of rain.
Cool.
But I don't know if that's it. It's rained other years. I don't know what the magic is.
Mm-hmm. Cool, man.
Had a fox go by this morning back here.
Red?
Yeah, it actually was kind of... Its coat didn't look very good, so it didn't look healthy, but it had on a collar. And it was green collar, and it was like 4 inches wide. It wasn't just a little band. It was like 4 inches wide. It was weird looking. And I wanted to make sure that it didn't get caught in something, like a plastic bag or something. But it looked like an engineered thing. It didn't look like trash that he got around his neck.
Mm-hmm.
So I assume somehow it's it's been captured and tagged or has some tracking device on it.
Yeah, I would think it's a state biologist's, wildlife biologist sort of thing.
Yeah, that's what I would have guessed.
I mean, it seems kind of arbitrary that they're tracking a random fox in a suburban neighborhood, but who knows?
I mean, they probably, track a certain number of random foxes and other animals to see their movements and
right.
See if if they get rabies, where they went to. I guess they do their thing.
Yeah, I mean, like I'd always imagined that at the least it would be like a mountain lion or a grizzly bear, a fairly rare animal that they would track like that. But I guess, like you said, they have their reasons for it, which are legit. The rabies thing too. I mean,
yeah,
it's worse down south. I mean, I think
it's a problem in this county for sure.
Yeah. You've seen rabid animals probably stumbling around.
I've seen foxes that looked rabid, but I didn't hang around to slap them in the face and see if they really are rabid. But they look very sickly, and then a few days later I find a dead fox that looked about the same on the road somewhere. So yeah.
Yeah, I
wonder if
I had a coyote out here in the driveway that was damn near half dead. That the cops came and took the thing and shot it down at the clay pit or the gravel pit or something. But I remember when I pulled out the cell phone when they started talking about should we shoot it here, they were like, nope. Once they saw me, because they know that shit was going to end up online, so they were like, oh, we'll take it out of here. They even tried to give me the old, could you go ahead behind the fence, sir? And I'm like, yeah, I'll go behind the fence. I can still get a good film view from back here. And, I mean, that's how it is these days, man. I mean, why would I want to film that? I don't know. To show on here.
Yeah.
It's the live leaker in me, you know?
For the curious.
Right, exactly.
Yeah, absolutely.
Have you you were saying something about the rabies thing earlier, I think.
I was wondering if when they capture like a fox to put a collar on him, do they give it a rabies vaccine?
They should.
I mean, I would think they should.
I mean, I know they put those baits all around, and they have to like tell people not to touch them.
Yeah, I think they do that here for raccoons specifically.
Because any mammal can get rabies, correct?
Yes.
Hence the reason why they don't let any outside animals into Australia ever, because there's no rabies there.
Yep, that's
And
nice.
that would be a fucking disaster. That's why when who was it? Some movie star tried to bring her two little tiny dogs in. They were gonna like confiscate. Might have been Johnny Depp actually.
Johnny Depp.
I think it was with Amber Heard.
Yeah, that long ago, huh?
That long ago, yeah. Let me see here.
Oh, sounds like you had the power cut there.
I did.
Well, you heard the whatever it was, that fan kind of power down.
The timer. So
Like-
it's that loud. Damn.
I expect you to go choking.
There he is. Bud Light Crotch, you're muted.
Hello.
There you go. What's up, man?
I'm good. How are you guys? I did hear the dying drone in the background. R2D2
no cup
just
of
had a
tea. I'm the
fail.
real thing.
No shit. Goon, what's it over there? Like the Bud Light thing. I know you noticed it. You put it in your name.
I don't think anyone gives a shit.
Okay.
No one drinks Bud over here anyway, let alone
Okay.
Bud Light, so it's kind of a non-issue.
Okay.
A lot of people drink this shit, it's cheap, is Carling.
Right. Is that a 16 ouncer?
Carlsberg. No, it's not that big.
Carling or Carlsberg?
Well, both. Either or.
Oh, okay.
Depends
I
where you're
got
from.
you.
If you're in Liverpool or that sort of area, it's more Carlsberg.
So when you go into the beer cooler at the store or whatever, that's your huge amount of product. Like, in other words, here, there's mountains of Budweiser and Bud Light. Yours would be Carling or Carlsberg or whatever. Those are the cheapos.
Well, not just cheap. It's just what people go for over Bud. They'll go for Stella. If they got the money, it's Stella Artois.
Okay.
Which, is it owned by the same people? I don't think it is, but...
You don't go for Miller High Life, the champagne of beers. I don't know if you heard that some
No.
European
you got-
Union or someone has told them they can no longer use that in their marketing.
The closest we got to that is Coors, I think.
Okay.
Yeah, Miller High Life is pretty bad stuff, but I did go through a run of that for a period of time. The champagne of beers, it says it on the bottle.
Right.
And now, because what do they call them? The European, like, certain things have to come from certain areas. Champagne has to come from the Champagne Valley of France, right?
That, and you can't call a beer champagne.
Which, yeah, that's like a double whammy. But, so what are they going to do? Make it illegal to sell in the EU if it has that on the bottle?
I have no idea. Something like that.
Craziness, man.
Love to see them try.
It sure would be hard. Well, it'd be hard to
Everyone
regulate.
would just be like, fuck off.
Right. Drinking age in the UK, 18, right?
Yes. Yeah.
So when you're 18, you can walk in it.
Yeah, you can walk into any place, anywhere.
You buy any
So-
booze, bottles, beer, whatever.
Yeah. As long as you've got the ID, you're fine. There is some places that do 25 and over, but it's not meant to be. But they just want them clientele into that place, sort of thing.
Right.
If you know what I mean, it's like a no trainers, no shirt kind of deal.
No baseball caps, probably.
Yeah. No utes. No, that's what we call them, utes. No utes in our club.
Yeah, I mean, that's totally different. Obviously, here it's 21, and it's a big deal over here to make it that far. Obviously, you can go and join the Marines at 18, but
Yeah, but I mean, who sticks by that law? You know, like, did you guys drink before 21?
I did.
Of course I did.
Yeah.
I drank before I was 18. Me,
Do you know why I drank before I was 21?
depression,
No, because
old age.
when I was 18, it was legal to drink at 18.
Right.
Okay.
And then when I turned 21, they changed the law, so you got to be 21 to drink. So I was always safe.
You're
Right.
always above the line.
Exactly.
And that's when I think, like, the federal government said something about federal dollars involving federal highways. If you don't raise the drinking age to
Yep.
21, we're not going to give you any money to maintain your federal roads. So
Federal highway dollars, yeah, which was probably not necessarily constitutional, but it worked.
And I want to say like New Orleans held out the longest, or some of the southern states maybe.
Yeah.
But yeah, it wasn't going to last. Now you can go to Canada, it's 18, and anyone who can get alcohol drinks it pretty much after the age of 15.
Yep.
You know?
Right? I mean, 21 is such a stupidly high age. Like you said, like you can join the army when you're 18, 17, 18 or whatever. It's like, but you're not responsible enough to drink.
When I was a kid growing up, the drinking age in my state, Illinois, was 21. The drinking age in the next state over, Wisconsin, was 18. And what teenagers would do, obviously they would drive from Illinois, northern Illinois, into southern Wisconsin, get drunk, drive back.
Mm-hmm.
And, the result was terrible car accidents. A friend of mine was involved in a car accident. It wasn't terrible. It was to the cow they hit. As he put it, there were cow parts all over the road. But they were in, this gigantic boat of a car, and so they did.
They were in a
fine.
boat on the road.
This would have been 1979, let's say, or 1978. So it might have been a 5,000-pound Chevrolet Impala from 1972. So it was just a giant hunk of. It was like a tank today. It probably weighs more than a modern tank.
Yeah, I went to Montreal the first time I want to say 17, and I had my driver's license and I had a fake ID, which was decent looking on one side, but on the back in very small print, it more or less said facsimile identification. And idiotic teenager, I was like, I don't want to get confused and give him my real driver's license. I'll leave it at home. So we took a bus to Montreal.
Oh, yeah.
So obviously the Canadians let me in. They didn't barely even look at the IDs. But to get back into this country, I had to use my fake ID. And the border guard studied that thing for like 5 minutes, man. Everyone else he just looked at and let us through. And he kind of shook his head and gave it back to me. And he asked me a few questions about where I went to school, how old I was, and then he let me through. He clearly knew it was a fake ID, and he was like, I don't want to hold up this entire busload of people for this moron. So
Oh, come on.
I got in on the fake ID, man.
Come on, Steve, admit it. You were really a Canadian who legally entered the U.S. here.
Yeah.
I realized it when we got into Canada. I was like, fuck, I only have my fake ID. I'm never gonna get out. I'm screwed, man. It's like they're gonna arrest me.
You're Canadian, really. You have to watch yourself, and you have to say the word "about" every time. Out.
Yeah, right, exactly. And of course, Montreal. I don't know if you're familiar with it, Bud Light Crotch, but I'm sure you know Last Dance, what it's famous for, St. Catherine Street.
No, I didn't know that.
A lot of girly bars, a lot of strip bars.
I had no knowledge.
I've heard
of
about that. Yeah.
You knew about it over in the UK, but you Last Dance are completely lying right now.
No, I'm not lying. I know nothing about it. It's a French.
Really?
It's a French Canadian city. Why would I know about it?
He totally forgot.
Les girly bars.
He was taken there on his 18th birthday, and it just blanked out.
I grew up in Chicago. We had girls there too.
Right? Yeah. And girls and guns.
Send
Although it was
me-
probably
what's
different
that
when you
song
were
by
there.
Warren Zevon? Send me lawyers, guns, and money.
Oh, yeah, the shit has hit the fan. Yep. Oh. That's
Drinking
good.
this nasty, ultra sweet Malibu crap.
Yeah, my mum drinks that stuff.
Ugh.
You're drinking.
Does.
Does she drink it just like that, neat, straight up?
No. She has it with Coke. Normally.
Oof.
Cola.
I
Yeah,
do
that's
that.
sweet.
Pepsi.
If I could get-
you know,
if I
other
could
brands
get-
are available.
If I could get decaffeinated Coke, I'd get it. I drink
They
it.
do sell that.
Yeah,
I know it
it's
exists,
like-
but I could never find it in the store.
Isn't it like a silverish gold-ish bronzy looking?
I want real sugar. I don't want Diet Coke or Coke Zero or. I want
It
Coke
wants
with
that
real
stuff
sugar,
back in
but
the day.
no caffeine. That's too many. Too demanding, I guess, for the commercial market around.
I want the original Coke when it was mixed with cocaine.
Well, that would be great. Huh?
Yeah. You
You're
wouldn't
right.
Even need you wouldn't even need the Malibu, would you?
No, skip this.
Down in a whole 2-liter bottle of Coke.
You're right though. Okay, yeah. Okay, here we go. You made me think about that because I had never seen caffeine-free regular Coke. It's a red can. The silver can is diet.
Yeah, I thought it was
silver.
like, well, in this country it's like a silvery bronzy colour.
For regular Coke, caffeine-free, that's what.
Yeah,
we,
that little lid at the top, you know, that colour, that's
Yep.
the whole bottle in our country. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, the little gold top. Yeah, that's what I
Yeah.
can never find.
the gold top, Instacart.
That's the good stuff. I agree with you, actually. That's
Not a bad idea.
Have you had the glass bottle Coke that comes? They say it's Mexican and it's made with
Yeah.
real sugar.
I've had Mexicoke and I like it. First of
better.
all, I like it in glass. For some reason, I like it better. Maybe just because I'm old. Fucking boomers, right?
No. I agree. Every cola that you get, it tastes better in a glass than it does
Ice
in a
cold
can.
glass, yeah,
Yeah.
I agree.
And yeah, it's got real sugar in it. And I think I like it better. Plus, every time you open it up, I hear a Mexican song playing. Exactly. That's what in my mind. That's how it's working. So I love it.
Yeah. Shut the lid. The music stops playing.
Yeah, that's cool. I'm glad you guys have both had it. I don't drink soda. I think I only have Coke on a plane. I'll have a Coca-Cola
On the plane. That's
on a
the only-
plane. It's like once a year.
Darling, I fancy a Coca-Cola. Come fly with me.
It's awesome, but
There
it's
you are on a jet, like.
it's I can't have it. I don't like it. I can't have it around. It's too sugary, and I do
See,
coffee and water. That's good for
When
me.
we got it on planes, it was in tiny little cans that is a sip and that's it. It's gone.
Yeah.
Yeah, here they open the cans and pour it into cups for you because the airlines are so strapped they can't give you an entire can of
So
Coca-Cola.
no, like clink one can, clink
Yeah.
another can,
Right.
third.
That's
there
right.
You go. Would you like ice with that? Just to
Yep.
fill up the glass a little bit more.
Yeah,
Yes, I'd like ice. Oh, we got to go out on the wing and get some ice now.
exactly. Yeah,
Thanks.
yeah. Crazy man, but I don't know. You guys, both of you, I don't see as soda drinkers keeping like Coke and Pepsi in the fridge. I would say.
No, I used to drink more soda, but as I
I've
got
actually-
older, I got less interested in it.
All I have is like either beer or water, and then I've got a full cupboard full of G Fuel.
Oh, is that gamer
It's
shit?
A whole other shit, yeah. Well, some of it's caffeinated, some of it isn't, and it's just I don't know. It helps. It helps in the day to give you that little bit of
G
kick.
Fuel.
Yeah, I don't mind it. Everyone hates it, and I like the idea that everyone hates it. I'm like, yeah, more for me.
I've never heard of it. Is it? Oh, you have the cans, the pre-mixed stuff.
No. It's like a
Powder?
It's like what? Yeah, like a powder that you mix with water.
Oh, PewDiePie energy powder sticks. Haha, they have a PewDiePie as a sponsor. No shit, huh? Or is sponsored by them.
Yeah, he has 2 flavors.
Do you like the PewDiePie mix?
I kind of do, actually. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, of course, Topple.
Now, I wanted to ask you, Goon, what did I stumble onto on those Twitch channels? It was two people playing games and streaming on Twitch at the same time, playing in the same game.
Yeah,
That's
but they were
interesting.
doing separate streams. Yeah.
Separate streams, but they're in an online
game.
game, both playing each other.
Yeah.
Yeah,
No,
I
I
had
understand.
no idea that was a thing.
Oh yeah, you can do cross streams and stuff.
Yeah.
I've done it before, ages ago.
Hayden and Graham did it on a game that was similar to Call of Duty when they were both on the same squad, like going through a town trying to fight other squads. They were in there both, in their own homes, streaming it simultaneously. I guess that was on YouTube. But do you remember that?
No, I didn't see that.
I know
cool.
they did Twitch stuff at one point, but I never really watched it.
Mm-hmm. And you caught some of his live shows, didn't you, Goon? Hayden?
Oh yeah.
That's where how did you discover it initially?
Through somebody called Foxy, who was on one of his shows.
Okay.
Yeah, she was on. I can't remember how long ago. But yeah, she was on because she lives in the same area as him. They knew
Sounds
each
familiar.
other.
I know who that is.
Fox, Barna Fox,
Maybe I don't.
the fool.
I thought it might have been the wife of somebody she actually was been on-
Red-haired lass.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, that could be.
Yeah, I think she's been on this show.
Yeah, that could be Natalie. It's-
Oh, the real name's not Natalie.
No, it
I'm not going
wasn't
to say her
her.
real name, but yeah.
Urbana Fox, you said, right?
Oh, Urbana
Yeah.
Fox. That sounds familiar.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do
Yeah,
remember that.
okay. Yeah.
That makes sense. Made of Happy Dog. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
what I was thinking. Makes
Yeah.
total sense. Cool.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, okay.
Yeah, cappuccinos.
Yeah. Yeah, we miss all those old people. They don't come around here no more.
No, I
miss-
haven't spoken to Happy Dog for a long while, bless him.
I finally found his Twitter. Thanks to thanks to someone who helped me find it, and so now I'm subscribed.
That's literally the only interaction I have with him is through Twitter now.
Yeah.
Is it interesting? Good.
Oh yeah, no.
Good tweets.
Actually, not. I was hoping
No.
to see more of his humor, but so far all I've seen is mostly his anger, which is kind of par for the course for Twitter, right?
Right. Yeah, Twitter went down to like 2 billion in its value after Elon bought it for
40.
40, sorry.
Yeah.
Went down to 20 billion.
Yeah. Who knows what it's worth? Well, it certainly isn't worth 40.
Yeah, he said that himself. He
Said that himself. Yep.
Its value was split in half.
Right.
And I think I think it was probably a hit for him, but I think at this point he's recouped it. Hell, that rocket that blew up last week was that had to be over $1 billion.
Well,
but
I mean, that rocket itself didn't cost $1 billion in parts and labor,
No.
but the
You
program.
don't think so?
No.
No.
But the program to build it,
The
you know,
research.
all the research
Everything,
and
the
development
culmination.
that led up to it. But
Yeah, I mean, you got to think NASA. Imagine how many rockets they exploded before they got one to work.
right.
Of course.
It's the same thing. It's just people think, oh, well, one rocket's exploded, ha ha ha. And it's like, well, no, he can learn from his mistakes. Hopefully.
Yeah,
Obviously, he
of course
will.
he-
I'm just saying.
He knows how to build rockets. His company knows how to build
Yeah,
rockets.
yeah.
There's no doubt about it.
Yeah, is it just a matter of him hiring brilliant people, basically, right? I'm not sure how much of a rocket scientist he himself is,
Oh, well, he's not a rocket scientist, but I mean,
No,
it's
I
not,
think he's more of a businessman more than a.
yeah, it's also the drive too. I think that's a big thing. That he's
I
someone.
think he wants to see it as
Right,
much
right.
as anybody else. Yeah.
So I wouldn't count him out on Twitter. I mean, I don't. A lot of the stuff I see, you hear a lot of these progressives are always putting him down. But overall, I'd say they have some fair points. He does a lot of the stuff I've seen happen. Some of it's been great. A lot of his what I would call mistakes have been pretty sad.
Like
But
the NPR thing?
the NPR thing and his whole thing with Matt Taibbi and Substack and
Yeah, you brought that up last week, and we never got to get
no, we never
into
got
it.
got to that. That's right.
What specifically happened? Matt Taibbi, good. Do you know him? He was the guy who. How would you say it? He was the journalist that all of the Twitter files and stuff were released through, right? Is that right?
He was the main one, but not the only one. But
Okay, so that would have been all the collusion amongst the Democrats to silence
well, it wasn't Democrats, and this is a problem. Is that the Democrats
liberals.
just almost all of it was about the U.S. government with non-governmental organizations, and also with Twitter and Facebook. There was not a large part of it was partisan. It was mostly nonpartisan. It was mostly with government organizations, and a lot of these government organizations started these censorship efforts when Trump was president. So it's a myth that it's a partisan thing. It was the FBI was a lot of it, and Department of Homeland Security, and CISA.
I guess when I said the liberal side of it, I talking about the employees at Twitter who let it happen, who backed it up, who felt that it was a legitimate thing.
Yeah.
You see the questions amongst some of them inside that are saying, hold on, this isn't right, we shouldn't be doing this, and other people are gung-ho, ready to do it. You could see dissension amongst...
One of the funniest things was that the guy who was the head of all this, Yoel Roth, he's obviously a very, big progressive, but on almost every one of these things, he completely understood that he shouldn't be doing this, and,
Right.
and said it in various forms, but he never actually stopped doing it. It was like, somebody please take this bottle away from me before I drink it all.
Right.
And so he never actually did the right thing when he seemed to know that he was doing the wrong thing all the time. So it's hard for me to hate him for that,
Mm-hmm.
but I give him no credit because he didn't do the right thing when he knew what was right.
Lack of integrity there, for sure.
Yeah. But anyway, Taibbi, the rules under this Twitter files releases was that the reporting had to be done on Twitter, which Twitter is not set up for that. It's just I don't know if you tried to follow one of these 30 or 40 tweet threads about it.
It was tedious.
It's tedious, and but those were the rules, so Taibbi complied. But he doesn't get paid by Musk. He doesn't get paid for that. He's a writer who has his he's a writer in the Substack stable. So Substack.com is like an organization that hosts writers. Basically, it's a website that does hosting, and they'll collect the money for subscriptions, and they provide some of that infrastructure that you don't have, so you don't have to.
Mm.
But Musk got word that Substack was coming out with a new feature called Notes, which he regarded as somehow as competition for Twitter itself. So he texted Matt Taibbi, asking him, if he would come and stop working for Substack, and instead work for Twitter using their new Twitter Spaces, or they have some new thing coming out where you can monetize content on Twitter. And Taibbi didn't want to. And Musk got angry. He says, why are you working for Substack? And Taibbi says, I don't actually work for Substack. I work for myself. All my income comes from subscribers who pay. Substack processes the subscriptions. And but Musk got angry, and because of that notes thing, he banned any links to Substack. So all the Substack writers could no longer publish, where you could go to subscribe to them, and so they could actually get paid and feed their families. So it was very strange, probably illegal in terms of antitrust actions.
By the way, cheers, Parsival.
Oh
Parsival.
yeah, the guy who will shave if some woman smokes on camera.
Oh,
hello, Parzival.
Well, it's a good job I don't have anything left in there then.
So at one point it was bizarre because Taibbi could not post his last Twitter files thing on Twitter, and it was really quite strange. Now, Taibbi has come back to Twitter. Musk has stopped locking out Substack links, and so there is something of a rapprochement, but it was very disturbing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm not sure what Cup's talking about. He mentions Constitution class frigates hacking. Did that happen?
I have no idea what a Constitution class frigate is.
The
USS Constitution? The one that's sitting in the harbor 20 miles away from me?
Or is he talking about, is there a modern ship called a frigate? Like
I don't know, Cup. Come on the show and talk about it.
What's Fincantieri Marine? Anything? Ransomware attack hits Marinette Marine.
No, I don't know what that is.
I don't even know what this is. Naval. This is like large chunks of data on the shipyard's network servers were rendered unstable.
Are you reading something online?
Yes.
Okay. I don't know what that's about. Sorry.
It's okay. Yeah.
No,
Parzival.
he's sorry.
That one, Steve. Okay, yeah. Ransomware attack. Yeah, cool. It's interesting.
Looks like Parzival is upping the stakes. I think you're negotiating from the wrong position. We almost never have any women on the show. You
Yeah.
lucked out once, and there was one woman, and she agreed to smoke on camera.
You don't know how I fucking go around in public. You never know. I might leave this little place and go out in my stilettos and my sequin dress.
Join us here, Topple, if you want. And Parzival.
Yeah, join us. Join us.
One
The
of us.
greater good.
One of us. One of us. Good time last night, Goon.
Yeah, sorry I ended a bit early. I was shattered. Had a long ass day. But it was fun.
Yeah,
I
it
like
was
the
fun.
song that you requested.
I did too.
The second one, the
Motley Crue.
Motley Crue. Yeah.
Walk on the Wild
True.
Side. It is a good song. Great riff. That Mick Mars was a good player. I guess he's old and feeble now, so I think he's having a hard time. Did they kick him out of the band or something?
I can't remember.
But
Maybe.
they were.
Maybe.
I think they had a pretty good run. Motley
They had a
Crue.
good run. I think like the new Motley Crue is basically Steel Panther. which I kind of like as well. I'm not gonna lie. I have a soft spot for Steel Panther and their songs.
I haven't heard any new Crew. The newest Crew I heard was the Dr. Feelgood album, which was how fucking long ago was that?
Oh Jesus! Like what? Early 90s? Was it really early 90s?
It had to be. I gotta look that up. I mean, that was
80s hair metal bands suck. Oh well. Topple. We're gonna have a falling out, my dude.
Dr. Feelgood was a band. I didn't realize
Dr.
that.
Feelgood was.
All right, let's go. Dr. Feelgood album. Here we go. 1989. Released August 28th, 1989. Holy crap.
That's the late 80s.
Yeah, it was like the end of the hair metal, right
I'd
before.
have been like 4 years old.
I was still young in 1989.
Yeah, sure.
Not 4 years old, but not old yet. Getting there.
I was about 13. Great album, though. And that was it. After that, then the 90s came in, and you had Temple of the Dog, and then shortly
Grunge
thereafter,
ruined everything.
Pearl Jam, yep, Nirvana. Guns N' Roses released the double album Use Your Illusion, which I think has some great material on it. I think the production is kind of weird. I don't love all the piano stuff. I think it's kind of...
I'm with Smokesteve's wife, actually. Pearl Jam is pretty fucking good.
Pearl Jam is good.
Yeah, they were the only good thing to come out of the grunge era, probably.
You didn't like Alice in Chains?
Not really. Hated Nirvana. Fucking hated Nirvana.
Oh,
The best thing Nirvana ever did was Kurt putting a shotgun.
I knew you were going to go say that. Damn you.
Yeah, I was...
You're surprised he didn't miss, aren't you? And kill the neighbor.
Kill the neighbor.
I was moved by Nirvana when I first heard them. The guitar, It Smells Like Teen Spirit. I've told this story before. I was in an independent record store in Cambridge, and that song, they had the record, and I was blown away by the heaviness of the guitar. But it got old quick. But the tone was epic. It was loud, it was heavy, the drums were smashing. But it didn't last for me. I was not a huge long-term fan forever. I was intrigued, but I still like you said, I still like Pearl Jam. Pearl Jam has maintained, they're still good.
Yeah.
Chili Peppers, though, yes, no?
Yeah.
For me, yeah.
Not the newest stuff so much. Some of it's okay. Some of it's nah.
I like some of the
I'll
newer
leave it.
stuff. Danny California is a good one. There's another
That's
new...
not new.
How about Black Summer? I think that was released last summer. That's a
don't
good
think
one.
I've heard that one.
Yeah, it sounds like Chili Peppers. It's
Kind of has a slow melodic beginning, and then the drums kick in. It's not funky. It's a little bit on the slower side, but it's good. Topple says STP. Never did it really for me.
yeah. I mean, I listened to a lot of music on the radio in the '90s, and I liked a lot of that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
STP, definitely. I like Nirvana. I like Red Hot Chili Peppers.
Yeah, if I was going to pick a Scott Weiland band, I would go with, was it Velvet Revolver, right? With Slash on the guitar.
Yeah.
That was better for me than STP. STP did not feature the guitar. It was more or less a rhythm instrument. Although they had some cool licks. Interstate Love Song's got a cool lick, but definitely not my favorite. Are you familiar with that one, Goon?
Velvet. Yeah.
Interstate Love Song?
Don't know about that one though.
me see here. I used to. How does it go? Is that right?
Oh, here we go.
It's a good song. I'm not doing it much justice there, but it is it's a good one. Parzival, here we go. Topples says he needs 30 minutes.
What? For what? Jesus Christ, it doesn't take that long to crank one out.
I don't know. He always makes us wait. He's like, you know.
Wear your fancy wig. Now you gotta get your wig out.
Alright, what
That
else?
just sounds like slang for something else, doesn't it?
Yeah.
British slang. Get your wig out.
No, please don't. Keep that one in.
Oh, he's got to charge his headset, so it's wireless only, I guess. All right, no problem. Do what you got to do, man.
You've got 5 minutes, Greg.
Did you hear about that shooting today?
The one in Texas?
Yes,
Yeah.
they
The
still
one
haven't
where-
caught.
That someone
him.
said he was shooting in his yard, and someone said, "Please stop shooting in the yard. My baby's trying to sleep."
Mhm.
So he then went and shot 5 people.
It killed him. Yeah,
Yep, killed the 5 people. Nice guy.
crazy shit, dude. Looks like yeah, another. What are you laughing at?
A cup of tea once.
Dueling banjos.
Making suggestions.
Oh, here we go then.
Do you know dueling banjos?
No.
Yeah,
I know it's in
it's
C, but that's about it.
it is. Yep. Basically, it noodles around C major, so it's all major notes. No sharps, no flats. It's pretty basic. I'm gonna grab another brew dog. Be right back in just a second.
Throws his headphones on the floor. Jesus Christ. I'd cry if I dropped my headphones.
Oh yeah, donut operator. Yeah, those are. No,
I do love donut.
Wrong one. Wrong one. There we go.
Oh, do not. Do not operate.
Close enough. Come on, we don't count spelling here.
I want to watch Do Not Operate. It's like his alter ego.
I mean, he's hilarious. I love the way he. I love the way
I
he
like the way he's
narrates.
quite truthful, though, as well.
He is, yes.
And his special fucking footage thing where he's just drawing on paint. MS DOS
Yeah.
paint something. It's just like
And how he masks various things like gunshots and swearing with the
quacks.
duck quacking.
Yeah.
Wah, 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 wah.
Yeah.
Well, I wish you wouldn't, because it kind of ruins the flow of things.
Oh, I don't know. I love the gunshot.
Yeah.
Sounds.
Oh. Unmute. There we go.
There we go.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Cup of Tea saying thank you for the Donut Operator video. Heads up. Yeah, Donut Operator is a good channel.
Yep. I also thank you for a donut operator.
Me?
I do. Yep. You're the one that told me about him, and
Cool.
I definitely enjoy
I,
this
do, I
stuff.
love him and Brandon Herrera. They
Yeah.
they both do good things.
I'm not as big of a fan of Brandon Herrera as he said something that kind of triggered me once. It pissed me off.
What did he say?
They were talking about something, and something came up about like somebody who had maybe some sort of a mental handicap or something like that. And he kind of jokingly said, "Oh, so we got to spend time around retards." And I was like, "Oh, fuck that guy. Who speaks that way, you know?"
Really?
Especially somebody who's...
Really?
And
I
Donut Operator said, there goes some viewers, or there goes some subs, like, in the background. Like, they were just kind of bullshitting. Like, it was in some of the videos they used to do a little more of, where they were, like, in the streets, like, at night, partying, and like there were drunk people around, and they're kind of talking shit or whatever, doing stunts or whatever. And yeah, he said that, and that just put me off on him, kind of, unfortunately, because some of his
just because
content,
he said the R word.
it was more, it was the arrogance, and I just like Donut. I would never see acting that way. It just seemed like it was like a mirror into the guy's, like, the real Brandon Herrera, and I didn't like it at that time, and ever since then he's pissed me off, and I've commented about it in some of their videos, but whatever, like, that does fucking nothing, so I don't expect, my dislike of him to take away from his popularity at all. It's just my thing, so, and it's I used the R word. It was more that it was directed at people who were actually handicapped.
Okay. Right. Okay.
It's not like like I might be like, oh, this program or whatever, this clicker, whatever, this thing's retarded. I'm not directing it towards a human being, I guess. I don't know. I might even, though, say that about a human being, but not a person who is actually that. You know what I'm saying? Does that make sense?
Yep, I know what
get
you're
you.
saying.
Yeah.
So, yeah. But anyways, I like Heather O, I think. Lynn is Donut's lady. She's got a pretty funny channel on YouTube. I do recommend checking her out. She's pretty hilarious. And, funny random videos that she makes. One of them, she's like in Alaska with a couple of other women, and they're like 30 feet, 40 feet from a massive grizzly bear. One of the women is a real guide, and she's like directing them, stand up, sit down, look at, turn your shoulders, face the bear, don't look it in the eye, yada yada. And like these two chicks are like, shitting bricks because this thing is looking at them. But it walked off, They no
Oh my god.
That's great.
Oh my god.
All right, well, he's there he is.
Oh, he's so beautiful.
That's great.
She's so beautiful. Sorry.
All right, Parzival.
Cheers.
Oh, he's still there.
I might
great.
need to go off camera for a minute. Just because I don't think this is YouTube friendly, but
That means he likes you, Topple.
He's probably getting some nausea medication.
I'm actually trying not to look at him. Oh, what happened to him?
He kicked himself out.
Oh, okay.
I think he's literally still waiting for his headphones, so I don't think he can say anything because he doesn't have a mic. He's charging his thing there. That's great, though. Good stuff. I don't know what that top was that he was wearing, but it definitely looked feminine.
It looked like a dress with a plunging neckline.
It really did, didn't it? Something like Marilyn would wear back in the day. Man, it was crazy how it literally went from day to night behind you. I mean...
Yeah, that's what happens.
I know, but I didn't even notice it happening when it was happening.
Yeah.
It was like bright, dark, gone, boom, lights out.
Sorry,
Crazy.
what I just did was not for viewers.
Okay.
Yes, of course.
All right.
Where did he go?
He's.
I think that was all he was willing to do.
It's just a note topple.
Okay, this is a good. I don't know. What is? How do you say that word?
Suchomimus.
I guess so. Interesting. I'll check that one out. Screenshot that. There's definitely some interesting footage coming out of the Ukraine for sure.
Oh, it's all horrible.
Yeah, it's terrible.
It's just such a meat grinder. It's just so depressing.
It's just trenches and guys
Yeah.
blasting each other, and
Exactly.
it's so crazy.
And if they happen to capture one, they just murder him.
Yeah. I mean, so who's controlling these drones? Is it on both sides that they're dropping these grenades on each other?
It's both sides.
So it's basically drone versus drone,
Yeah.
in a way.
Well, they're actually not firing at each other. That's the next thing, is drones actually firing at drones. But
Yeah,
it's right now it's
drones.
drones going at each other's soldiers. It's insane. What are they doing sitting in trenches?
What yeah.
Why?
Why
They
don't-
should all be sat behind computer screens?
They should be an armored, at least in a truck with some armor. And I mean,
Well,
This
the
is- it's-
Ukraine. They
it's
still
2023. We do have, you know, there's no horses anymore. We're not. I don't know.
They cost money, though, don't they?
Yeah, they cost money. We're giving them
A
all
lot
the
of money.
fucking money that we have.
Yeah.
Wow.
We've already
Yeah,
given.
because that worked well in like World War II for us, because they still owe us like $4 billion from World War II.
Who owes you?
Huh?
Who?
Someone owes you $4 billion.
Ukraine.
Ukraine owes the UK $4 billion for World War II.
Since, yeah.
Really?
Yeah. And we're never going to see that again, because we
Yeah.
keep giving. Oh no, we've given them $4 billion in aid recently. Sorry, we were owed I don't know how much, but
Because they were part of the Soviet Union in World War II. So.
Yeah, but we gave them aid in the equivalent of this much money that we was meant to get paid back, but we'll never see again.
Yeah. Why
Not that
don't?
I'm on anyone's side? I'm just saying,
Yeah, I don't want to hear about it. We're sending 100 billion to Ukraine.
100 billion.
That's what's been.
Has Joe Biden just said this on stage? And was
Well,
like,
that's
"Oh,
total up till
100 billion.
up till now. That's the total that it's worked out to.
Well, we're the second highest giving country, and we got to 4 billion. So, Jesus Christ, we're only 6 billion behind you.
It's insane. It's I think twice the amount of Russia's military spending.
What about with the drones? Why don't they shoot at them?
They do,
It's-
but they're too high.
That's the problem, huh?
And
They're
plus,
too high.
It also reveals their position.
They're also quite quick compared to planes.
And
I know.
if it's at night, they just can't see them.
No, of
They
course,
don't-
at night I get, but I was wondering during the day, like, why don't they all just point their AKs up at the thing and aim and fire a full magazine, full auto at the same time? Like, somebody's got to
Yeah.
hit it, right?
I don't know why. Maybe they're.
They're running for their fucking lives because they think they're going to lose a foot or they're going to get their body blown apart or whatever. So
Yeah.
I mean, they're getting so good with these things. You can be in a hole inside a trench and they can still get the damn little mini bomb close enough to
Yeah.
pop some shrapnel into your organs or whatever. It's
Right.
it's crazy. How long is this going to go on like this? Is there going to be any men left in the Ukraine, like of warfighting age, by the time this thing's over?
Probably not.
Maybe not.
And then
Maybe they'll
everyone's
just.
gonna stand back and go.
I mean,
"Well,
especially
that
if
happened."
our plan is to just keep giving them, enough military aid so that it'll remain a stalemate forever, then no, we'll just use up all the Ukrainian fighting age men and declare victory when they're all dead.
And that'll be it.
Well, that'll be it. That's right, because Russia has more men than Ukraine. And if,
So after they kill all the Ukrainian men, does that then mean Russia's just going to take the entire country?
that's what that means.
In your opinion, that's their desired outcome.
At this point, I don't know. There was a release of some classified documents a couple weeks ago. A whole bunch of them. I'm sure you heard about it. It was a Massachusetts
Air National Guardsman.
Air National Guardsman.
Teixeira. Jake Teixeira is his name. Or Jack
Jack Teixeira, yeah.
Teixeira. The same name as the guy who played for the Yankees for a lot of years.
Mark Teixeira. Same
Right.
name. But anyway, there was also the U.S. Intel's estimate of casualties. And Russians were twice as high as Ukraine's. Both were outrageously high. It was like 16,000 men dead in Ukraine and between 30 and 40,000 Russians dead. It's unbelievable. It's like the Vietnam War for the U.S., but compressed into 1 year. So
Yeah, I mean, and of course those figures are going to be completely fucked up and bastardized if the U.S. is putting them together. They're never going to favor Russia, even if it was true, I would think.
those are supposed to be their honest assessments.
Okay.
This is not an officially released document.
Mhm.
This was leaked. So.
All right. So,
Yeah.
not to say that I'm advocating or looking for them, but were these documents ever widely available or no? Like WikiLeaks, we can all see, but
Apparently not.
It's
It's
not.
a good question. I've not. Apparently, the New York Times has the entire 100+ document cache, and somehow the Washington Post does, but they haven't released them, and they're not going to. I don't understand how. Apparently, they were made available on a Discord server. But the details are a little sketchy, and the New York Times and the Washington Post aren't, they're kind of working with the government here, strangely enough. So it's hard to say. There were some that were released, but like 8 or 9 documents, and one of those was with the troop casualties. And one of them was top secret, which was kind of quite shocking to see. So this guy had access to some very classified stuff.
Yeah, and he
Right.
was 21 years old.
Yeah, I don't know why people keep focusing on that.
They
It's
think
pretty
he was-
dumb to do it, but
They think he was too young to have that kind of clearance, is what I can gather.
I mean, it's not. It's possible that I may have had access like that when I was 20 years old, and lots of people, high school work studies, come in to work in the most sensitive classified government labs. They get access. 16-year-olds get access to it. It's not a big deal. So being 21 is mature compared to, the 21 is just not an issue in the government.
Now, is it top secret because they're trying to shield the American people from just knowledge of certain things? Or is it more operational stuff that they don't want to give up, like tactics,
Yeah, I mean,
location?
Before you
Tops-
answer quickly, I'm gonna jump off. It's
Okay.
been nice
Okay.
being here. Sorry.
All
right.
Good talking to you.
Yeah, no. I'll catch you guys sometime soon.
All right, buddy. See ya.
All right.
Take care.
Take care.
I mean, it's supposed to be top secret if releasing it would reveal extremely grave national security information. But typically, it ends up showing, it ends up revealing some sources or methods, so that when you read the document, if you're the foreign government that whose information is in there, or if it's just about U.S. Sensitive stuff, you'll be able to figure out where it comes from. And if it comes from people, human spies, they could end up getting executed. If they're human assets. If it comes from technical collection of some kind, technical assets, then they could find those assets and disable them. If it's from photography, they could cover it up once they know it's being thing. So, it's basically there to protect your ability to gather the information that's being discussed in the document. Sometimes it's only it's very short term, in which case it might be highly classified one day and then not so highly classified 2 weeks later. So there are a lot of unique circumstances, but it's just stunning that someone would think they could take this stuff home and scan it and put it on a Discord server.
Exactly. I mean, he could have been in, I would think, a lot more trouble if he had gone in the direction of selling it to a foreign entity.
Yes. Although
Huge.
I'm not sure how he'll be prosecuted. Since he's in the military, I think he'll be subject to military justice first. There is something called the Espionage Act of 1917, which is a law I do not I think is unconstitutional and should be gotten rid of. But it's
Why is that?
It makes it very hard for someone who's accused to defend himself. It basically, the innocent until proven guilty is kind of turned on its head with the Espionage Act of 1917.
Now, is that related to the Rosenbergs? They were put to death, right?
Yeah, they were probably put to death. I don't know if they were put to death under that or just... they might have been the Espionage Act of 1917 in which they were put to death.
So
treason.
What treason... What this kid did is not treason. What they did was treason because they sold the secrets to the enemy. Is that what it is?
I guess. I mean, we were not at war with the Soviets at the time.
Right.
I mean, you could certainly... informally, you could say it's treason, but did it meet the criteria formally for it to be a treason and an executable offense? Ostensibly, we were not at war with the Soviet Union, so they're not an enemy.
Right.
They're an adversary. They're an evil empire. Call it whatever you want, but if you want to call them an enemy, then there should be some standard for that.
Yeah, I don't know. They got hanged, I believe. Is that right?
No, they got electrocuted.
The chair? Okay. Crazy.
Both of them.
I mean,
so their kids were orphaned.
husband and wife.
Now that's, I blame the idiot husband and wife as much for having a family while conducting espionage against the United States for
Right.
the Soviet Union, knowing that the death penalty was the outcome if you got caught.
Yeah, for money. That was right. They were selling.
They
Now,
got paid.
were they
but
government employees?
No, I mean they might have been at one time.
But where were they getting the information that they were selling?
I don't remember all the details. They might have been. I don't know if they were. Yeah, I don't know. I don't remember those details, to be honest. It might have been that Julius was a government employee and Ethel was at one time and then wasn't. And I don't remember the details.
Hmm.
It might have been atomic bomb secrets. I really don't remember.
Right, like they could have been civilians with access
Civilian
to the
physicists.
development.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, it's interesting. It's certainly intriguing, but yeah, different time. There was a show similar. I mean, there was a movie called Little Nikita, I think. Do you remember that one?
I might have seen that.
I think it was with a young.
Someone raised, like an American
Yes.
child raised, but he's actually been programmed to be a spy for the Soviets or something.
I think it was a young River Phoenix.
Was it River Phoenix? Okay,
I believe
might have,
so.
either I've seen that or seen something that was like almost a carbon copy of it.
Hmm. And there was another show that was more modern. There were a couple, a woman and a man, who were like Russian agents living in the U.S.
Maybe that's the one I saw.
The woman's absolutely badass, kicks ass, and
Yep.
beating people up and all that. Both of them good. Both of them definitely intriguing, for sure. Interesting times back then. You remember the Cold War? I kind of remember it. The 80s.
Yeah.
It was pretty rampant in the 80s. It kind of died off fairly quickly, but it was...
It was kind of, when I was a young something in college, I decided that I would, be an anti-communist warrior and join the U.S. government to stamp out the communist menace.
John Birch Society?
No, it's not the U.S. government.
I know. A great song written by Bob Dylan called the John Birch Society. It's a fabulous song.
Yeah.
And McCarthy, of course, was a communist hunter. Am I getting that name right?
Yeah, Joseph McCarthy. That was
Yeah.
the 1950s,
Mhm.
around that that same period, right? Before my time.
Hmm. Yeah, crazy. What do you think that we were actually ever close to it? The Big Bang?
No, I don't.
You don't.
I think in some sense we're always close to it, too close to it.
Like now.
Like now, but
Yeah.
even before now, we're sort of, everything is on a hair trigger. It's not a hair trigger, but it's all set to escalate. And, nobody knows what it takes, right? You want to know how something works, you do an experiment to see how it works.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you can't do an experiment to see what it takes to get to a nuclear war.
Right.
So nobody really knows how close we are.
Right.
Everybody guesses, it would never happen. How do you know? How do you know?
Right.
People should show some care that they don't know how far it goes, and maybe we shouldn't be going farther and farther to see where that limit is.
Mm.
So that's just my take on, how we seem to be prosecuting the Ukraine conflict with us and our NATO allies. It does seem to be just continuous escalation.
It's scary, man.
Yeah.
For sure.
And if you ask me, I think, the Russians aren't going to nuke anybody, but what do I know? What does anybody know? It's a guess.
Have they moved like strategic small nuclear weapons around to the borders of the Ukraine? Do we know that much of Ukraine?
I haven't heard anything about that. But they wouldn't. I mean, they could move them, inside their country,
Mm-hmm.
and I don't know that we would necessarily. They would certainly try to disguise their movements. So, small is small. I'm sure that we
Right.
supposedly try and track every single item in their possession from,
Mm-hmm.
every military base, every truck, every airplane, every little thing probably is an attempt to track it. So when it moves, we may see it move, but I don't know. Maybe they have 5,000 trucks and 2,000 of them have small tactical nukes. I don't know.
Right. Yeah, it's like the movie, another good one, Spies Like Us.
Guys like us, yes. Those were ICBMs.
But they really had them that could that were on trucks, even though
yes.
granted it was a massive giant fucking truck. If that thing was going down the road, it would be taking up multiple lanes, obviously, but great movie.
Should I add that, loser?
Yeah. Reno 911 in the house. What's up, man? How are you?
I'm good. How you guys doing?
All right.
Good, thanks.
Good
Nice
Steve.
looking spread you had on the grill there.
Oh man, it was so good.
Some kebabs, some grilled corn. Beautiful.
It was excellent. Everything was good, which is, usually there's something that don't turn out.
Gotta love the grill. No cleanup or less cleanup. Love that.
Excuse me.
You don't know what Aphid Lip does. He probably gets on there and cleans it and gets, dental floss and gets every molecule.
No, that's the good stuff. It needs to stay. It seasons it.
Right. You turn that thing, get it up to 500 degrees. That's boom, clean, done. That's it.
Yeah, I take a brush over it.
Oh, be careful with those steel brushes, buddy.
I know. We saw this thing. It was monsters inside me.
Because of the steel fibers, or
Yeah.
Yeah.
What happened? Monsters inside me.
Yeah, that's what happened. The steel fiber, like the wife swallowed it. Like she didn't know she did. You'd think you would have known that, but she must have been just mowing that burger down. And they couldn't figure out what was going on with her, and they finally saw that something was in there, and then they did surgery, pulled it out, and it was, sure enough, it was one of the steel bristles from the brush.
Right.
So the husband almost killed her.
Yeah, I never use it. I just use a wet. Like I said, I cook the shit out of it for 10 minutes and then wet paper towel to get any residual crap off. But yeah, those steel brushes have always scared me, man.
I use them, even though I've seen that thing.
I suppose if you're vigilant after you use it, look if you don't see any steel bristles. You would think it would stand out, right?
Right. I do a quick one. I do a quick once over,
All right.
Hope that I may beat the odds, and it's one of the other two that get the bristle.
that's the spirit.
Aluminum foil.
I use aluminum foil a lot, but usually not to cream my grill out.
I think he's saying, you make a ball of it.
Yeah, I know, that's what I'm saying. Like inside, I have my stovetop turns, half of it turns into a grill, and I use it a lot for that. The tin foil.
Yep, I got you. You having your same old? Is that a blue moon tonight?
I would prefer to have all kinds of different beers, but
usually it's Shock Top.
It is almost always exclusively Shock Top, and then I throw in Blue Moons when it's on sale, and I'll be like, well, the last 40 times I got your Shock Top, I'm gonna get me a Blue Moon.
Do you ever drink IPAs?
I don't like IPAs at all.
Too bitter?
Yeah.
I hear you.
I
find the first...
I'll drink any beer, but the IPAs, for some reason, those just... I'll take a couple drinks of it, and then I can't finish the can, It's like...
That's right.
I can't do it.
The first few sips when it's ice cold, you're like, wow, this is intense. And then as you keep drinking it, you're like, this intensity is turning bitter. And then it's like kind of leaves a funny taste. I hear you. It's not what I would call a session beer. I could have one like at a brewery, but
right.
I don't go to breweries, so I don't go anywhere pretty much.
My buddy, that's pretty much what he prefers is IPAs. So when he comes over and stays at my house, he loads up all my fridges with IPAs, and then he leaves, and I got a bunch of IPAs. But those work good for putting the fire out on the grill because you don't have to waste your own.
Probably
Or beer batter. I use them for beer batter too.
beer is probably twice as expensive as the beer.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah,
It
there's
is.
there's a 4-pack they sell in Vermont. It's called the Heady Topper, made by the Alchemist Brewery. And it's like $19 for 4 beers.
Oh yeah, no way.
My buddy buys a 30-pack for $19. He's got a super deal. So, that's your difference of between Coors Light and Heady Topper. 30 for 19 or 4. Granted, the 4 are 16 ounces. Even still,
Yeah,
that is a ton of money, dude. For 4
we
beers.
I think we pay around 14 for a 15 pack.
15-pack, that's rare. Never heard of such a thing.
Yeah, now that's the thing over here is the 50. Not with like Bud or Bud Light or whatever, but with the it used to be 12 bottles, and then they started making these 15 packs, and they found some way to shove 3 extra cans in there, and it's like, I'll take those 3 cans.
3 rows of 5 or 5 rows of 3?
5 rows of 3. Well, it depends on which way you're in the box.
Yeah, it's true. It's the same. You're right. How do you think
But
of
it
it
is
when
that.
you look at it?
So it's like a 12-pack, but
5.
1 row longer.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, they're standing up like this. There's 3 of them, and then there's 5 rows back in the box.
Yeah.
12
Well, I
pack.
could show you because I got a
12
I
pack
got
could
about
be 6 rows of 2.
They don't make them like that. But what they do have 18-packs. There you go.
so
An 18-pack would be another row added onto that.
yeah.
And fun
Yeah,
fact,
cool.
18-packs were initially marketed towards golfers. 1 can per hole.
That's
No kidding.
That
brilliant.
was the idea. And early on, they even put like dimples on the beer cans in the late 90s. Like the cans literally felt dimpled like a golf ball. Short time. That's got to be him, right? He's the only one who uses that.
Yeah, it's
Yeah, it's gotta
surely.
be him.
All right.
He just don't like to talk
He'll be joining shortly.
or his camera, but we know he's there in spirit.
That's right.
I got my finger on the button if it's not him.
Hey, what did you think about that guy earlier? Last Dance.
Well, I was surprised you didn't want to put him on.
Christoph Rademacher.
Oh, that was Parzival.
Oh, it was?
Yeah.
Yeah, that dude said he was on here earlier.
Oh, what the fuck? I'd let him on.
Oh, I recognized him from the
Oh,
previous
well.
time he was on.
Come back, Parzival.
He's still in here.
All right. Sorry, dude.
Oh, he says he'll come back.
All right. I missed you there. I didn't know. I thought it was a loop of a recording of somebody smoking a butt. And I'm like, I don't know about that.
That was
Oh, so he came on, had his cam on, all ready to go.
him. Yeah,
and you're like,
he's
yeah,
all ready
yeah.
to go.
Yep.
He agreed to do it, and he did it. It was that simple.
you pulled a hairway on him.
Yeah, totally. I mean, I'm gun shy, man.
You're like, this guy ain't letting you in.
Right. But Last Dance, you could always give me a heads up because most of the time I'm kind of clueless. I forget
Okay.
people, and
All right.
you're sharper on stuff like that.
Okay.
So even if you DM me,
He's just more sober.
yeah, totally, exactly. I mean, I didn't let somebody else in because he's been problematic on some streams. So
Oh, okay, so you knew that, and you decided not to.
yes, with the
He
first
seemed
guy.
he seemed to know you and seemed to suspect that he wasn't going to get his way. I don't know. I don't recognize that. Was he on here before?
Yes.
Okay.
In fact, my lady even remembered him. It's funny, you remembered one guy, I remembered the other. Between the two of us, we make one decent host.
We have
so-
one full brain between the two of us.
Exactly.
You need to put me in charge of letting people on here.
See,
Hey, Topple, good to see you.
I'll do you right. I
Yeah,
promise.
What's going on, everybody?
what's up, Top? How you
Long
doing?
time no see. How y'all been?
Good. Hey, dude, you
has it
said
been a
you had
while?
to you said you had to charge your headphones, but I clearly see a cord there.
These are stupid. Yeah, they have a cord, but they have to be charged because they're super bass and they're gamer ones for my
Oh
son.
wow, that's
That's why. Can
that
you hear me?
sucks.
My mic working right?
Nice, loud
Yeah.
and clear.
Your bass is really elevated.
Pretty awesome bass.
Really, yeah.
Boom, boom.
It's like
You
it
must have
got
put fresh batteries in.
like it got charged or something. That's what it sounds.
Long time no see. How y'all been?
Very good. Yourself?
Life is great. Summer. Just rains every weekend here, so.
It's kind of wearing
Oh,
that cycle
seriously?
here.
What's that?
Which we both said something.
You,
I said
Nathan.
seriously.
Yeah.
Yeah, you were looking pretty hot about half an hour ago.
Oh, you like that?
Yeah.
Hey, he said he would come on if a girl came on smoking
Yeah.
a cigarette, so.
He tried to. He did his part.
What
Yeah,
happened?
my co-host here didn't let him in.
Yeah, it was his fault.
Smokesteve's
Oh,
blaming
you
me.
see who's in the back.
He was.
Oh, he's
Okay.
got powers now. You didn't know that?
Oh,
Last
so
time?
you saw me before I got on here? Is that why you were laughing?
No,
Oh.
you came on.
You joined in dressed like a woman earlier. You know
No,
that.
wasn't me. That wasn't
Yeah. Where'd
Well,
you
it
get
could have
that
been-
dress?
It was someone who
Man,
looked a
I
lot
got-
like you. He had the same beard and everything.
I'm gonna have to go back and see that.
Hey,
And,
now.
and also his cleavage was the same as yours.
What?
No, I mean, so like I'm drinking Bud Light. That's why you did that. And like Goon's name earlier was Bud Light Crotch, was it?
Yes, I don't even know what that means.
But Topple, do you care? I mean, how do you look at the whole thing?
I said the same thing on Discord. I'm again. It takes me a lot to boycott something.
Right.
Right.
I think
That person never did anything wrong, really. I never seen anything that she did wrong. He,
She.
whatever you want to call her.
Oh,
No,
so
you did.
polite.
You gendered her properly by saying her. I
Yes,
think.
who cares? I don't
Right.
think there should be laws telling people you got to call somebody by their pronouns, but if she wants to be called a
Sure,
girl,
they
that's
should.
fine. Don't care.
Sure. And you don't care about the Bud Light thing.
No, that's so stupid.
And Aphid, I know you. Do you care?
I don't know, man. I don't care. I could care less.
All
Could
right.
care less.
Like I
Couldn't-
said,
couldn't
I would
care
have to
less.
stop listening to a lot of these.
I couldn't care less.
I would not buy Bud Light if I ever
Oh,
drank
yeah,
Bud Light,
that's
which
true.
I don't. So
You
I
wouldn't.
said-
You wouldn't now because of that.
I would now. Yes, I would. I would join that boycott.
You would.
Okay.
Whoa.
But I don't drink Bud Light, so they won't notice that I'm not.
All right. This is funny because I was making this point to the lady a couple days ago. Remember what Hayden had called his channel for a while? It was called Trigger Warning. Like, we don't want
Right.
people to get triggered by what we
Yeah.
say or what we
Right.
do.
Yep.
Now, this act that Bud Light has done with this woman making her a can has triggered people that we used to make fun. Like, those same people used to make fun of other people for getting triggered. Now they're all fucking triggered because of
Yeah.
this can.
Well, I wouldn't have a fit and go and shoot the cans like Kid Rock. I would just not go and buy their beer. It's a very low. I wouldn't call it triggering. I would just say nah. So I'll just do something else.
It goes both ways.
That's an issue. That's the problem with doing this for a company for which there's a lot of competition. There's very low brand loyalty, and it doesn't take much. You go to the store and you just go to the next one, and you may not even give it much more than a second thought. Someone says you're triggered, you say, "Do I look triggered?" I'm just going over here and grabbing this Coors Light.
Right.
It's the same piss
What's
water.
your
It's just
reason?
gotta-
Like you want them to fail now? I guess.
No, I don't want them to fail, but this
He
it's
doesn't want to be
clearly
called-
taking a stand in the culture war, and you want to take a stand, and you have to be willing to take a stand. Means you got to
Would
put
you
your
go to
money where your
Disney?
mouth is.
Would you go to Walt Disney World?
Absolutely. Why wouldn't I?
Well, didn't they say that? I don't know what the deal is, but I mean, they're giving power to their chick dudes, right? Something like that.
Yeah,
Is it a
I
law?
guess.
Well
I
said.
mean, maybe
I don't know how
it
to
is the
put it.
same thing. Maybe it is the same thing, and maybe I'm just not consistent.
Are you against the girl, the woman that they're sponsoring on the can?
I'm not against her. I mean, I don't care what anybody does, but I mean, look at the spiel. She's she's pretending to be a teenage girl. What's up with that? I mean,
Is it a teenage girl she's trying to be though?
that's what it looks like.
Well, no, yeah, you just made that up. Fake
Oh, that's-
news.
Take a look at her. What's the deal?
Well, I mean, essentially, women are all everywhere trying to look younger. So you could just say that that's
It's a good.
I just
That is a
can't-
fair point there.
I cannot accept.
How old is that?
he's-
How old is that thing?
Dylan. I think
Dylan?
Is it that the name?
That sounds like a dude's name.
Diana, whatever the fuck.
no, it's Dylan Mulvaney.
There you go.
Yeah, it is. It is.
You're completely right. That why don't there often is, and this started with a Saturday Night Live episode. Pat, the ambiguous Pat. Remember,
androgynous Pat. Yeah.
right? So
Oh yeah.
none of them ever call themselves like.
Don't say gay law.
No, I'm gonna say like a purely female name, like Mary, or like something that could only. It always seems that they have like these androgynous names that could go both ways, like a Dylan,
Right.
a Pat, whatever
Right.
else you can think of,
Greg.
I really don't care. If you want to dress like a woman, that's fine. The only thing I'm against is men playing women's sports, and I have issues with the bathroom. And like that's what I say. You want to be gay, be gay. You want to be a woman, be a woman.
I agree 100% with that. That's exactly the way I feel.
hmm Yeah, freedom is definitely something we hold dear here in America.
And I might be willing to give in on the bathroom if women agree. You know what I'm saying? It's just a matter of
My daughter can't agree.
your daughter
young.
what?
My daughter can't agree. She's too young.
I'm
You
just
can't
saying if people get comfortable in time, I'm not. Somehow I don't think it'll ever happen, but it. I mean, I certainly wouldn't care if a woman came in the men's room. So,
Oh, it happens all the time, actually.
yeah, but I wouldn't care. So,
Yeah,
it's possible that some women don't care if a
Oh.
guy comes in the woman's room. It's just a place to, it's not like a bar or a singles bar. You're just getting stuff out
Yeah.
and then leaving.
I guess the obvious thing here is the fact that there's children and adults in there at the same time.
Oh yeah, I mean, and both of them are not going to be comfortable.
What would happen if a man put a wig on and a tank top on and walked into a women's bathroom, even though...
He's clearly a man.
Yeah,
I think some
Wears a
women would be
beard.
mortified and downright scared. Others just wouldn't give a shit
just like what
unless they're given a shit.
like if I walked in the bathroom looking like I did an hour ago.
hmm
Fucking hot
Yeah.
is what you're saying.
Well, I mean, Hayden has pointed this shit out before on Twitter, a little more so maybe 2 months to a year ago. Now he's doing his movie thing, but he would bring up points of people in the UK, these women who are bearded, not much different from you or I, Topple, but maybe they have a women's, maybe they don't even have anything that signifies that they're a woman besides the fact that they identify as a woman,
Right.
and that's all it takes. You don't have to pass any kind of a physical checklist, okay?
Like if you get the implants put in, I'm fine with it. Go in the bathroom. You're not a risk. That's the way I look at it.
Well, you're not a woman. I don't care. You wouldn't care as a man if a woman came in the men's
If
bathroom.
I was in the bathroom by myself, yes, I would, because they could cry rape, or I touched them, or did something. So,
That's
They could do that. They could do that in an alley or something if you're alone.
well,
with your
yeah,
kid, though.
exactly. But in a bathroom, there's no cameras at all. By law, there should be no cameras in a bathroom.
Well, that is a law. Yeah. You
So
definitely
what's
can't.
stopping them? I work in bathrooms sometimes. That's why if I'll close off a bathroom, a woman comes in, I ask them to leave. If they don't, I run out.
Right.
Just
You offer,
in case.
you offer
Christine?
dude mints and stuff in bathrooms, is what you're saying?
Nah, I cut the holes out. I put the hole saw right through the stall and stick it right in there.
There you go. That's good use of tools.
Right.
2 tools.
Do you put
Yes.
tape around the edge first?
Nah, fuck that.
A hole saw through porcelain would be a pretty violent.
Yeah, you want to.
Porcelain. We're not going through the toilet.
I thought that was that's what you meant.
No.
The
Have
stall
you ever
door.
sat at a public bathroom with a hole coming out next to the stall?
Was that like a glory hole?
I've never
Yeah.
seen that. No. Fortunately, I've never seen that. And if I did go in a toilet that had that, I'd probably walk out and look for another one.
Yeah. No. I keep thinking of movies. It reminds me of Dumb and Dumber when. Is it Cam Neely that is gonna come in and rape or whatever?
The Boston Bruins hockey player?
Yeah, that's
I
Is that
never
really-
saw.
is that who
I
that
never
was?
saw the movie.
Seabass. I think it's Cam Neely.
Oh,
Yeah.
I didn't know that. I didn't know
Yeah.
that.
And it
Not
says
that
like
I know who Cam McNeely is, but I didn't know.
Cam
the guy
Neely,
who
no
was.
Mick.
Oh.
He was a badass.
Yeah.
But it says like when I'm forgetting the actor's name. He's got the bowl
Jim
cut.
Carrey.
Jim Carrey. He's in the shitter, and it says, "Come here at like 2 a.m. for a good time." And he looks at his watch. It's 2 a.m. and boom, there Cam Neely comes in the door. You never saw Dumb and Dumber Last Dance?
No, I didn't.
That is bizarre.
Why? I don't see a lot of movies. I see,
That's
I
top
get-
5 funniest of all time, in my
Oh,
opinion.
no.
I probably haven't seen any of the top 5 funniest.
Caddyshack?
I love that movie. That is
No.
fantastic.
What do you think's funny, Topple? Celtic Pride?
No. I like black comedian movies for some reason, like Friday.
Friday was great. Yeah.
Yeah.
That was good.
How about Dazed and Confused?
Didn't love
I
it.
love Dazed and Confused. You didn't love that?
Oh, I
It was
loved it.
okay.
Never saw it.
loved it.
And something down the
That was like
stupid.
my time.
Was that
I
Ice,
was like-
Ice Cube?
No, that's
no,
Friday.
Friday. Okay.
no, Dazed and Confused is like they made it in I'd say mid '90s, and it was based off of like early '80s.
Now you
High
guys,
school.
you guys have seen it. Don't give the answer.
Yeah,
up.
probably late '70s. Probably, yeah, I
Well,
think it was late. It was
Last Dance.
bicentennial.
Matthew McConaughey's first words ever spoken on film that were remembered is from this movie. Do you have a guess? It's the 3 words repeated, and it's famous, and that's his first line in Dazed and Confused.
Fuck, fuck, fuck.
All right, all right, all right.
Okay.
Yeah, you're
No.
familiar with that, right?
Me? No,
Yeah.
I don't know. I never knew that.
That's
Oh
a
my
great
God.
movie. You guys see that Last Dance.
I like them redheads.
Best thing about high school chicks.
I keep getting older, and they stay the same age.
Now, I've got one that's better than that, and it's the same sort of age, different time period, but Superbad was funnier.
Superbad was funnier, I think. What? Yeah, funnier.
Funnier.
Yeah.
Now, maybe not a better movie, but I laughed my ass off
It
at
was just a
Superbad.
comedy. That's why.
It's pure
It's
fucking.
like Spaceballs.
When McLovin shows up with the vest or whatever, and he's like, "You wore the fucking vest? What is wrong with you, Fogel?" And he's like, he gets the fake ID, and it's McLovin. The kid just. I mean,
That's a funny ass movie, man. There's no
it's
way.
hilarious, dude.
It's so funny. To this day, I can watch that every night.
Aladdin. He calls him Aladdin. What are you, Aladdin with the
Yeah.
vest?
Did you guys think Napoleon Dynamite was funny? I could not.
Yeah, I did.
Movie.
I
love
enjoyed it.
That movie.
I love it.
Yeah,
I
I
put it up
mean,
there
if I
with
would-
both those other two.
I mean, it wasn't knee slapping like Caddyshack, but it was.
it was,
It was
like a
bizarre.
different. Yeah,
Bizarre.
that's what made it so good. Is because it was different. It was low budget. It was
Uncle Rico, Rex Kwando, the Rex Kwando scene.
God.
When didn't you tell us, fast fact, Aphid Lip, that when every time he was getting slapped, he had a migraine or something?
He did. He did. Chip had a serious migraine that day, and
Yeah.
and you can see in the mirror. You can see the guy that plays Napoleon Dynamite. Every time he gets hit, he's like he has to put his head down because he's cracking up
Mhm.
because he's laughing so hard.
The chicken
There's a bunch of
farmer.
scenes.
The chicken farmer
Yeah.
is brilliant.
Oh, blah, blah, blah.
No, he actually says, I just watched that scene. He says, I think there's some Shoshone arrowheads I found up in the creek bed or something like that. But
Oh,
he's got
really?
the-
Oh, I'll have to watch it again and see.
he's got this thick Iowa accent.
Oh
I think
my
it's
God.
Iowa. It's unbelievable.
Is it Utah? Is it Utah?
Uh,
I don't know. You might-
I didn't get the Mormon feel.
Idaho. I mean Idaho, not
Idaho.
Idaho.
Idaho might
Idaho.
sounds good.
Idaho. I always,
the
for
chicken
some
sound
reason, I confuse Iowa and Ohio and Utah and Idaho for some reason.
Idaho's got some big mountains. A lot of people.
Yeah, I got a friend that lives in Idaho, and it looks beautiful.
Mhm.
I always thought it was stupid. And they just had potatoes or something.
No, there's some great skiing, snowboarding out there. It's like a little, obviously not Colorado, Utah, but definitely probably better than Vermont. which
Idaho.
is- Idaho.
Napoleon Dynamite.
You're a Samsung guy, right?
No,
That's an Apple.
Oop.
All right.
I can't show that. That's got my logo on there.
Oh, that's good. Yeah, everyone's iPhone. I think we've established that. I'm the only non-iPhone guy.
I mean, I'm not against anything else, but I've been an iPhone for a while now, and I've never once had any problem. Like, it's one of the only phones that I've never. It just does what I want it to do. Like, does it do everything I would want it to do? Probably not. But everything that I try to do on it, it never fails. It never locks up. It never does anything. It's just perfect every time.
Hey, Maddie's back. Maine in the house. What's up, Maddie?
All right.
Cool. Thanks for rejoining, man.
Me.
Yep.
Is he thinking
Maniac.
that Napoleon Dynamite was filmed in Maine? Because he's
No,
wrong.
he's from Maine. Maddie. I remember this guy.
Smokesteve's wife knows it was Idaho.
Sun Valley. Maine too restrictive, Maddie saying. Possible.
It starts out with that G.I. Joe character with the fish string, and he tosses it out the window. I mean, right there, you know that's going to be a good movie.
Napoleon Dynamite does?
Yeah, when he gets on the bus and he's got like a little like G.I. Joe type figure. It was a wrestler, I think, is what it was. And he had fishing line wrapped around it, and he lets out all the fishing line and tosses it out and watches it skip down the road.
Yeah, I don't remember that scene. Have to check it out.
That's how it starts.
Yeah, that was a good one. It was a solid movie.
It was right when Lyle, the guy that can't talk, he shoots a cow right next to the bus, and all the kids scream.
Man, you remember everything.
I was about to say, I don't know. I don't remember any of this.
Oh yeah, man, I know my movie facts. I can recite. I can't even think of the name of it. It's my favorite movie in the world. Anyway, if I knew what to say, I can recite the whole. I just can't remember the name of the movie.
What's it about?
Time Bandits. I've seen that movie like at least 100 times. Miller's
You know-
Crossing, seen that movie like 100 times.
You know all the dialogue by heart.
Mm-hmm.
You could be an
I know
actor.
all the little things like like there's parts where people are picking their nose in the background, and I could tell you all of them.
Wow. That's the aphid lip I know.
Mm-hmm.
That's Friday. I could recite most of the quotes. I remember every scene.
Yep.
Friday.
Time Bandits, 1981 British fantasy adventure film. Sean Connery, John Cleese, Shelley Duvall.
It's brilliant, man. You've never seen it?
No.
No, I don't think so.
Oh my god! It's about these, like, I think there's 7 midgets, and they steal. They helped build the universe with the supreme being, God, and they have a map of all the imperfections, and they have a map of it, and they can see where they can jump from the hole to the hole of another time. So they go throughout time, and it's just awesome.
Kind of looks like the shots I'm seeing look like a movie called Baron von Munchausen. I think it was called.
It's made by the same guy.
Oh, no kidding, huh? Right
He's
there.
one of the. Yep, there you go. That's my avatar on LiveLeak was the supreme being going down the hallway of the kid's room at the beginning of the movie, and
I also have not seen that movie.
No.
Time Bandits.
No, I haven't seen
You
it.
need to see it. If you just take my advice, it's the
No, I
best
do
movie
take
ever
your
made.
advice.
I did like Baron Munchausen, so
This is 100 times better.
that one was trippy, for
Yeah.
sure.
Well, he made Brazil. He made what's the Johnny Depp Las Vegas one?
Fear and Loathing.
Fear and Loathing. He was one of the guys in what's that British comedy, the famous one,
Monty Python.
with all the Monty Python. He was one of the Monty Python dudes.
What was his name?
Oh, Terry
Gilliam.
Gilliam.
Yeah, because John Cleese is in Time Bandits. I just saw. So
Oh yeah.
he's a good one for sure.
Yeah. See, Smokesteve's wife, I think, has seen Time Bandits. She's all excited because she's got good taste. That's why. It bodes good for you, Smokesteve. That's a backsided compliment there.
Not bad. I generally don't watch movies anymore, so probably not going to be. I mean, how would I? Time Bandits probably hard to find.
Well, it was on, I think, HBO Max. I'll have to see.
Well, if it's not available on
YouTube.
Amazon, well, if it's not available on Amazon Prime or one of the other things that I subscribe.
Screaming.
I'm not going to subscribe to a whole new streaming service just for.
I know,
watch a
man.
movie
I got too many that I got going on right now, and I thought I just level them all out, but they kind of creep back in, and you realize you got like 10 different things that you don't watch.
Topple, what are you drinking? That looks like apple, guys.
Whiskey.
Peanut whiskey. It's always the same.
That's an entire mug of whiskey. That whole fucking thing.
Yeah, on rocks.
Well, there's a few rocks. That's a good bit of hooch in there.
I can't drink beer.
Yeah, that's a lot of alcohol.
Speaking of a lot of hooch, you want to show that video of the lady that
Barbados.
Barbados.
Kanish?
Kanichi.
Kind of sounds like a swear.
It does.
Barbados, original birthplace of anybody? She's hot.
It doesn't matter.
Salma Hayek.
No, she sang at the Super Bowl.
Rihanna.
Pregnant, yeah, Barbados.
Oh,
As well as a guy who used to play for the Red Sox. Was from Barbados. Funny name. I can't remember his name right now, but yeah, let's do it. You want me to play a clip?
Yeah.
Xander Bogaerts, the Z-Man from Barbados. Great ball player.
No kidding.
this
Yep.
is thanks to Locutus, isn't it? That you found
Yes,
this?
I found this. Thank you. This
He's-
is give credit to Locutus.
He's good every once in a while, right?
No, he comes up with a lot of stuff. It's just too much damn stuff.
Well, and he don't. It's just here you go. I'll see you guys later. Here you go. Take care.
I know that exactly.
Okay, body cam, right? You said what, 20:08, or just
Yeah.
say 20?
Oh,
We'll
geez.
start at 20 minutes into it. We'll start.
Yeah. Now you should get a little preface that she's been.
I haven't watched it, so
Oh,
please
okay.
preface it. And you can do this yourself, But go ahead.
Uh,
Barry.
This is their last dance.
So this is a college student who's in her final year. She's going to graduate in a month
So she's
from
above age.
Bradley University, and I think it's in Illinois. She got extremely drunk. And hit 2 pedestrians, killing them both. And
They were walking.
yeah, they were walking. She blew a .264
Ooh.
on the,
Whoa.
and that was about an hour after her last drink. So when the cop asked her, from a scale of 1 to 10, 1 being sober and 10 being the most drunk you could ever imagine, how would you describe how much alcohol you said you've had today? I figured she'd say 2, because no one wants to admit. She says 5.
Right.
So anyway, she's she's been in an accident. She hit them so hard that her car got totaled, and she's been arrested, and she's been taken to the hospital to be checked out before she's taken to the cells.
Yeah, to me that sounds like an almost impossible number.
I watched
But-
the test, and it looked
Yeah.
pretty normal.
I mean, so .08 in Massachusetts is enough to be arrested and convicted on DUI.
Yes,
So .08 times 3 would be .24.
right. So it's like 3 times the limit,
3 times plus
a little bit extra. Right.
plus another beer.
Yeah.
So that would be, I would say, at 12 to 14 drinks, I would think. Maybe 15, something like that.
She said she was drinking vodka,
Oof.
straight vodka, vodka with water. She said. So I don't know. Maybe it is wrong. But anyway, so she's in
She
the
was drunk
hospital
enough
here.
to kill 2 pedestrians. What difference does it make?
No, I never. Just because she hit them and she was drunk doesn't mean that she wouldn't have hit them if she was sober. I don't know the whole story, right? But anyway, this is where we're at. She's in the hospital at this point, just being checked out. She's not really injured, and the cop is still in there. He still has his body cam on because she's still. It's still an ongoing, process.
The fact that they were sitting in their lawn chairs on their front porch should have nothing to do with whether she was drunk or not.
All right. All right, we ready?
Turn it up, people. It's hard to hear.
Oh, hey, you never answered me about my car. I have school tomorrow, so how do I get my car for tomorrow?
Well, your car is totaled.
What's what?
Your car is totaled.
Told?
Totaled, wrecked.
Okay, so how do I get it to school?
You don't.
So, did you want to pause it? Did everybody understand what she said?
No.
Somewhat.
She said, "Oh, by the way, you never answered my question. I have school tomorrow. How can I get my car?"
Does she know that the 2 people she hit died right here?
Well, she's been told that, but you can keep it going now.
So tomorrow, what you telling me?
Could you turn it up
No, ma'am.
louder,
I'm
Steve?
going to be honest with you. You're going to jail. You don't have a bond. You killed 2 people tonight.
Does
I
that
just
help?
hope you understand that.
Yeah.
You do not have a bond. You are not getting out of jail. Your car is property of East Peoria Police Department because it's a crime scene. It killed 2 people tonight. You are clueless with that, clearly. I've already explained this to you. You're going to jail for reckless homicide tonight. You're going to jail for aggravated DUI for killing 2 people. That's what's going on. So no, you're not going to school tomorrow. You're not getting your car out of impound.
Can I get a Tuesday from my night class?
Did you just hear what I just told you?
You said I'm not going tomorrow. I'm talking about Tuesday.
Did you hear when I said
You
that
said I'm
you...
going to jail tomorrow.
Did you you're
She
going
wants to
jail
know
at
if she
Little
can
Down
go
Hill?
to school
Yeah.
Tuesday.
Did you understand what I told that you killed 2 people tonight?
Yeah, so I'm just wondering when I can go to school.
Okay, we're done. You're all on body camera being completely careless about killing 2 people tonight. You could care less. That's sad and pathetic and horrible all at the same time.
Can you say that? I heard that.
Yes, ma'am, I can.
Okay, so can I ask when I can go back to school? So, really? Like, should I email my professors and be like, hey, I can go back to school for a while or what? Because I graduate in 4 weeks. Like, I need to figure this out.
I don't know.
Or you can give me advice. I do this.
Well, to be quite frankly, I'm a little more concerned about the 2 people that are dead right now. To be fair.
All right, so that's the most amazing part of the whole video. So
Yeah, I mean,
she wants to know, can she go to school tomorrow? And he says, no, you lady, you just killed 2 people. You're under arrest. You don't have bond. You can't get out on bond. You're not going to school tomorrow.
She's just super drunk, maybe.
Yeah.
That's got to be it, right? So then she asks, okay, well, I need to go to, how about Tuesday? I need to go to Tuesday. I got to go to class because I'm graduating in 4 weeks. He's like, she doesn't get it.
Yeah, he needed to say, your life is over. It doesn't matter if you graduate or not.
Well, she pled guilty. You know, this happened like a year or so ago. She pled guilty and was sentenced to 14 years in prison.
For double manslaughter, homicide.
Yeah.
well, I mean,
14 years.
technically, the cop can't say you're guilty of this.
Yes.
Well, he could
You
say
know.
it.
He can say it, right, but she could conceivably be out Tuesday for school, not tomorrow, if she could pull bail. Maybe
Yeah, right. He doesn't, you know. He doesn't know the law. He knows she's going to jail tonight, but she doesn't. Once
Right.
her lawyer gets involved and, you know, asks for bail or whatever, she might have been out on Tuesday. I don't know for a fact that she wasn't.
That's right, exactly. Yeah. Would she be a flight risk? Who knows? But you know, I don't know how I feel about bail sometimes.
Depends on the crime.
It's a weird thing. They're doing away with bail in some places.
Yeah.
I think San Francisco might be one of them, possibly. Nancy's Pelosi there. But seriously, like, some people think it's not legal.
It's
the
not all
person-
bail, but it's bail for nonviolent offenses. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
But I mean, if somebody's not been convicted of anything, then
Right.
why?
Bail is only supposed to be used to ensure that either that you come to court, or that you're such a danger to the community in the judgment of the judge that you can be denied bail, or you're a flight risk and therefore may not come to court even if you're granted bail. Like really rich guys for whom bail, no matter how high of a number they are, bail is is chump change for them.
Right.
They may
It's
have
like
them.
10%.
Right. Exactly.
I can't believe people don't jump bail more often. Like, if you were really guilty, like if she got out and I was her, you wouldn't see
Yeah.
me again.
Well, you're
'Cause I know
gonna
I'd be-
get caught again.
Well, I mean,
You're going to get caught.
could
Well-
be. Not if I set up shop in South America for the rest of my life or something.
Well, if you know people, yeah, or you're
I
from.
mean, I don't know anybody. I'm just trying to. It sounds better. That option sounds better than going to jail for 14 years. I'll tell you that.
Oh,
Yeah, if you're 22 and which, let's say, guessing she's 22, she'd be out in maybe 11 years, 33.
Yeah.
before that.
Easily.
Not even that many. I bet.
Yeah,
5
like
years
7
she'll
or 8.
be out. 5 years she'll be out.
I think that would be the
That's-
smartest route to take. for someone in her position. Otherwise, Aphid, what you're talking crazy, and then you're forever a fugitive. Which I mean,
Man, if I knew I was guilty and I knew I didn't have much of a chance, and at this point in my life I'm facing 14 years or more, I'm gone.
Imagine me.
Hopefully they don't. Yeah, exactly. Hopefully they don't see this if I ever get in trouble. I mean, if I didn't do it, I'm not going to be gone. But if I did it, and I know I did it, and I know I'm guilty,
right?
So something that you're going to face time with, like what she is, homicide, you'll take off.
I would.
Nah, they always get you.
They do.
Yeah, but
and
what happens if they get?
But what we're
Like, especially if they get you like in 10 years, you're not even gonna get those 14 years.
It depends on what state she's in. Did I lose my own?
It's Illinois.
No, it's
Smokesteve turned off the
That's
noise
how much
gate.
background noise he has.
Wow, such a difference.
I
How
know,
much?
it's like
How much is the charge?
space all of a sudden.
So, what's the charge in Illinois for second-degree murder? I would guess it would be
I
10 to
don't know.
25 years.
I don't know what it was.
So, if you ran and took off, by the time that you get caught, eventually within 1 year, most likely, the judge is going to throw the full penalty at you. The judge might have not thrown the whole penalty at her, so she could have been facing probably 50 years.
Yeah.
So you got to look at it that way. Maybe the judge was really lenient.
Right.
I would have to look at what she was charged with. I don't know the details, what the maximum sentence is.
But you don't want to piss the judge off.
I'll tell you another thing. If I'm in jail, especially if I'm in for life, whatever chance I get to escape, that's all I'm going to be thinking about the whole time I'm in there. Is how if I'm in there for life, that's all I'm going to be thinking
go
about.
to the biggest dude and knock him out first. Show. You mean business.
I'm going to tell you something that's going to blow your mind. It's that you didn't know this. I think this is true for federal court. If you are tried on multiple charges, let's say you're tried on 4 charges, and you're only found guilty on 1, the judge can sentence you and include the charges you were acquitted on as part of his sentence.
Really?
Yep.
What?
Exactly. What? Exactly.
So, like, even if you got like the least of the 4 charges,
Yep.
and one of your charges could have carried life, he could give you life.
Yeah.
Wow, I didn't know that.
Federal? I didn't know
do
that.
they ever do that?
Yes. This has happened. There was some case that happened recently, and everyone was said, "Isn't that what's the point of a trial if you're acquitted and you could still be?"
Well, it's got to be a jury case, right? Because he doesn't agree with the outcome.
Yeah.
Because he wouldn't.
I don't know whether he agrees or not. I mean, maybe. I'm not sure the details.
Well, why wouldn't he just give him the charge that carried the most if that's how he felt anyway?
I don't know. But I
Doesn't make
assume
it
it was a jury trial
It
in
had
this
to be a
case.
jury.
And yeah, he was
So
acquitted
if you
on
get
3
acquitted, I know there's a such thing called seeing a back judge, that all your priors will come up against you and everything you're acquitted in criminal, well, at least Pennsylvania. But
Well, this is the
federal.
This is I think it's federal only, but I could be wrong. Maybe it's state too.
Yeah.
But,
If you break probation so many times and you have to see a back judge, all your prior charges can come up against you in the state of Pennsylvania. That is, I know
Okay.
that. I know that well.
Yeah, you know your way around the Pennsylvania law, don't you?
No. But I just remember being a young lad.
Hey, speaking about Pennsylvania's in trouble. Have you followed the BAM story lately?
No.
Oh, fuck that guy.
I totally agree with you, but I guess he's a meth head now, and
He's
what
always
did
been
he
a meth
do?
head.
It was he? I don't
beat
know.
up
I
his
didn't.
brother. He beat up his brother and tried.
Yeah,
and said he was going to kill his family.
Oh, so you do know.
Yeah.
But then he skipped town with like his girlfriend and her 8-year-old kid. So and now he's on the run.
I never met this guy. I met other people from Jackass. I never met this guy, but from what I understand is every time he walked into the bar, he was like a little princess when everyone cared.
Oh, I'm sure. Yeah, he
But-
totally comes off like that.
I met Johnny Knoxville. Cool as shit. Walked in the bar, didn't need extra attention, didn't do anything. But this guy walked in with his whole crew and just take over a whole
I'm
bar.
sure.
An entourage,
With his like
huh?
purple velvet. suit.
CKY
God.
was it CKY?
Yeah, CKY.
Yeah.
I mean, the early ones, they were cool, you know. Like before he was on Jackass, the CKY2K video, and
Yeah.
that's a great video, man. I mean, it really is.
Yeah, they always were around the local bars around us, but like I
I'm
never
sure.
really bounced into them. And like I said, I never ran into Bam, but I just heard horror stories from him and Ryan Dunn.
Yeah. Have you been to that skate park? The one that's underneath the bridge?
No, I never.
You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I do know what you're talking about, though.
Yeah. Do you know where it's at?
I've been. Oh, I know about it because I got a lot of friends that did do BMXing and all that. So
Yeah.
Is that the one that was on Tony Hawk? The famous one that's under the bridge?
Oh, if it's under a bridge, then yeah, that's the famous skate park under a bridge. It's called Philly Park, I think.
Oh, no, that's not the one I'm thinking of. It's got a real distinct name.
Oh.
But, you guys were just talking about Bam.
Yeah.
Did they can't find him?
he turned himself in.
I didn't. Oh, he did. Oh,
He turned himself in.
as of last night, I didn't see that he was.
Yeah,
or when
he ordered up,
Smokesteve, I think it was yesterday, pointed out the story to me, so I looked it up.
I liked him always out of those guys. I thought he was cool. I thought he was a little disturbed. He clearly liked to cause pain to his buddies. He got like joy.
They all did a little bit.
Yeah, he was definitely a vindictive.
Johnny
prick.
Knoxville really seems to. I mean, he's like he'll kick you in the nuts as hard as he can and think it's just hilarious.
Right, but he also stood
And
in
somebody
front
that's
of
been
a,
kicked in the nuts, surely both of you probably have been. That ain't funny.
I've been hit. I don't know if kicked, but I mean, Johnny gets props because he literally stood in front of a bull with a fucking bandana over his eyes and lit a cigarette, and the thing fucking barreled him, flipped him over, dude, hit him right in the midsection. I couldn't believe he did that without a helmet. He could have died.
Yeah. Well, he could have died when he rode that rocket, and they came dislodged and came out the side right where his leg was.
Right.
He could have. I mean, that would have killed him. It would have went straight through. They went straight through steel, so or whatever that metal was. Whatever that metal was stronger than his skin.
Right.
So
they were trying to take off and shoot into water. Is that what it was? It was like a launch track.
It was like this big homemade rocket, like made out of a
right.
a
And he was
sewer
like
drain or something.
he was hanging on to it like
Right.
this. Yeah, that's what it was.
And they put some fake ass cone on the top, and then mounted a bunch of rockets on the bottom. Well, one of the rockets came. At least one of them came. Like they probably duct taped it on there, thinking that was
Right.
gonna hold it. It came out and just shot straight out the side of it, right by his leg.
Yeah, that thing probably had like a blast of like thousands of pounds of pressure, and they, like you're saying, they had it velcroed in place or whatever. I mean, you would have to strap the shit out of that to keep it from going haywire.
It was strong enough that they redid it, and it lifted his body like 100 feet in the air.
Crazy. Yeah, those.
Last Dance, you probably never saw any of those either, did you?
No.
Steve-O, he was cool. He was funny.
Rockford Files, though. I bet you watched the Rockford Files. You feel like I gotta watch the Rockford.
Joe Friday, Dragnet.
I've seen a few of those for sure.
I love Dragnet.
Ba-dum-bum.
And
they had them on late at night. They would come on, and I think it was on the PBS maybe. So I don't think they even had commercials. So you'd sit there and, man, those were great.
I remember in one Dragnet they had a kid, and the kid was like, "No, man, all I have is LSD." And they're like, "Who's got the pot? Who's got the pot? You know, who's?" Because back then, like, LSD was legal. You know, they didn't give a shit about it, and cannabis was. I mean, Class 1, baby. Just as bad as heroin.
I seen that one, and he goes on this spiel for like 30 seconds, like, because that's kind of like how his thing when he would wrap up like the crime that they were doing towards the end.
Jack Webb.
Yeah, he'd be like the hippie lettuce, or I don't know what he called it, but it was like he just kept going and going and going. It's awesome.
Yeah, crazy. I'm still a big fan of the Andy Griffith Show. I watch that pretty much daily.
Yeah, me too.
Really?
Love it.
I always loved that show.
I haven't seen it for years.
It's a
But-
fabulous show. The music is spectacular when you're lucky enough to hear them bang out some bluegrass. And the comedy, Don Knotts is funny as hell.
Yes.
The idyllic town, like, I don't know. As a kid, I grew up in the city. It was shitty, you know, and they're
Me
in this small town, and you're like, wow, that looks cool. You can walk around as a little kid and, like,
Right.
not get jumped and lose your jacket, you know, not get a 38 stuck in your kidney, you know, like,
And you could walk to go fishing. It's not
right,
a sewer.
exactly, man. But yeah,
It came on my when I was a kid. I had a little black and white TV on my bookshelf, you know, and I had a cockatiel, and I watched to go to sleep every night. I watched Leave It to Beaver, and that came on right after Leave It to Beaver, and my bird from hearing that intro, you know, the song that comes on when it comes
yeah.
on, and my cockatiel learned that, and he lived to be like 15 years old. Even after I was married, I had him, and he'd do that, and he would just walk back and forth. When he would get going, he would walk back and forth on his perch, whistling, and he'd go through the whole thing.
flaring up his little crown.
Yeah, it was awesome, man. His name was Ed because when I got him, Ed Grimley was kind of a thing, you know. Do you guys remember him from?
Yeah.
Martin
I
Short.
thought you were going to say Ed Gein or Ed Kemper, but
No,
okay,
no,
Ed
no,
Grimley, yeah, that's cool.
Well, because he
too.
had the hair. He had the stood up.
Right,
so
yeah, I get it,
he doesn't have the hair. So
Was that Martin Short?
yeah,
Martin Short, right, yeah.
well, that's his name, right? Martin Short, the guy that always does stuff with Steve Martin and that.
Yeah,
Martin Short.
Martin
Yeah,
Short.
yeah, the guy who's not at all funny, but yet for some reason he's
I
famous.
agree. I totally agree.
He's not funny at all.
Yeah, he isn't. Ed
He's not funny.
Grimley was pretty funny though.
No, I never
Well,
got
it probably doesn't hold up now, but when you're a kid, you see him with the, you know, the hair sticking straight up.
it. I mean,
And
the three of them were funny in The Three Amigos. We're talking about Martin Short, Topple.
Oh,
The Three Amigos was a funny movie. But
was he
Martin
the
Short,
one that was in comic relief?
That one I've seen.
That's Robin Williams, Whoopi Goldberg, and Billy Crystal. Never mind. Yeah,
Bingo.
Martin Short. Yeah.
Yep.
No, never mind.
Martin Short, he was in the movie Inner Space.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say when I was trying to come up with his name.
Also,
Yeah.
Little Shop of Horrors.
Yeah.
Not a great one. I would say his best movie was The Three Amigos, for sure. Little Ned Needleender or something
Hey.
like that.
My favorite scene there is when the Mexican guy says, "Here, this is a man's gun," and he takes the gun and his arm just falls down. He can't even hold it up. For some reason, that just cracked me up.
I think the best scene is when the leader of the bad guys, now mind you, they're in the middle of the Mexican desert in the summer, and they're throwing celebration for the leader of the gang, and they all chip in to get him a present. What did they get him? It's a sweater! It's just so fucking random. It's this wool sweater, and he's like holding it up, and they're all like cheering. It's fucking 100 degrees, they're all covered in dust. They get him a sweater. It's random, but I thought that was brilliant.
I've never seen that movie.
You haven't?
Nope.
Three Amigos.
I really enjoyed it.
The Three Amigos, yeah.
Steve Martin.
Chevy
What's
Chase.
the- Oh, Chevy Chase. Okay.
Speaking of somebody that's overrated, I think Chevy Chase is overrated.
He was great.
National
I love
Anthem.
Chevy Chase.
He
Oh,
was
not,
great.
not Chevy. I'm not Chevy Chase. I'm sorry.
Steve Martin.
No, Elwood from the
Oh,
Blues Brothers.
Dan Aykroyd.
Dan Aykroyd.
Dan Aykroyd.
Ghostbusters.
I didn't mean Chevy Chase.
Ghostbusters.
But he was the least funny. Bill Murray carried that movie.
Oh, Bill Murray was rock star. He was great. Scrooged, awesome. Ghostbusters, Bill Murray all day long. You know.
Oh my God, Groundhog Day. What About Bob? That's a great movie.
Never saw
You go
that.
on and on. Bill Murray's awesome. In all the Royal Tenenbaums, he's great as a serious.
Do you
not
like?
serious, but-
Did you like the Life Aquatic?
Oh yeah, loved it. I mean, it's not my
Steve
favorite,
Zissou? Right.
but it's good. It's good.
Mhm.
What's that guy's name? Guy that directed those movies. I can't think of his name.
I don't know either.
Wes Anderson.
Right, because he did the Royal Tenenbaums.
Yep.
Good stuff.
It's awkward
US.
silence. Nobody's got something to talk about. Hey,
No,
what
I-
about Jerry Springer dying?
Yeah, that was.
2.5 hours in.
Yeah.
I had forgotten he was the mayor of Cincinnati.
Yeah, that was. Somehow, that was the beginning, right? It wasn't between gigs, was it?
No, yeah, it was like in the early mid 70s because
Yeah.
I think he was the mayor once and he either left office or got kicked out or maybe he was running and didn't. And it was a scandal because it was something with a girl. Like I don't know if he was married and had sex with her. Or there was something like that. And
That
then he
never
came back and won and was mayor in like 75 to 77 or something like that.
Well, he was very well loved in the celebrity community. Everyone thought he was
Was
a
he?
great guy and all that. So we only
Yeah,
know him from his stupid show where
Right.
I mean, I didn't know what to make of that show. It was too over the top. It seemed completely staged,
it
man.
was staged.
It
wasn't
did later on. It got even worse.
I think I saw an episode or two, and it just, I don't know, it just wasn't that interesting.
No. I mean, around that time, I think was when Geraldo had like the white supremacists on, and
Yeah.
there was a riot on stage, and a chair got
Broke his
thrown.
nose.
It broke fucking Geraldo's giant snaz already, and
Right.
like
I remember that.
made it even bigger. Yeah, that
Do
was.
you remember when he tried to uncover Al Capone's vault? And
I actually watched that thing from beginning
I did
to end.
too. He had that Tommy gun and he was shooting it and he like walked into it and he was being all
Yeah.
cool and stuff. But then they opened it up and there wasn't nothing in there.
That's it. It was nothing.
It was a huge thing. Like this is probably in I don't know early '80s, mid '80s, and it was like
Was it
It was
that
like
long
an
ago?
event.
My God.
it was like an event. You know, it was like
Right.
you know everybody's got to
Lots
watch
of hype.
tonight because-
Lots of hype.
Yeah.
Right. Would have been the equivalent of like getting into the Pharaoh's tomb, like, but you know,
Yeah.
in the 30s or whenever that was, you know, or
Right.
Tutankhamun's sarcophagus or whatever. This was.
Yeah, in retrospect, I don't know why they thought Al Capone was too stupid to take his money out of his vault or give it away before he died.
Hey, look, it's backstage boxing. Was he a Cockney? I don't know.
He was born in London, I think.
No kidding.
I believe so.
Cup of tea might know
Cup of Tea
that.
said that, I think, at the
Huh.
beginning of the show.
I have a Jerry Springer show incident. We went to when I was dating my wife, and we went to go see my brother, and he was living in a college town out in the middle of nowhere. And
Going to college?
well, no, I mean I think he did have 2 classes when he went out there,
Not bad. 2 classes.
but I don't think those lasted even a semester or whatever.
yeah.
But he stayed out there, and he kind of became, you know, like a what do you call a vagrant? Is that a bum?
Yeah.
Nicer way to call a bum. Digging in trash and stuff. But he was staying in this house, and I didn't know what to expect, you know. So I took her up there, you know, and we get there, and then he was living in this house with these other people, and but just a bizarre experience. Like it seemed like it was a abandoned house, but it had electricity because the lights were on. But there was this like, huh?
Were they all squatting, or did somebody rightfully have possession of it?
Somebody must have, I could ask my brother. Somebody must have had, but it seemed like it should have been condemned. It was like, it looked from the inside, it looked like a abandoned house, but it had electricity and people had furniture. Well,
Okay.
Whatever furniture they scrounged together. But there was like graffiti everywhere, and there was these crosses painted everywhere. And this guy that lived there said he was a vampire, and he tried to tell me and my wife that, well, she wasn't my wife at the time, but tell us that it's amazing what you can get kids to watch how easy it is to get kids to watch your coffin in the daytime with giving them video games and stuff. And there was this old lady there, and then we went up to the attic, and they were passing this red wine bottle around that was like in this chalice type thing, and they wanted us to drink it and stuff. And we were supposed to stay the night here, and
what were they drinking? The Moloko to go out on some ultra violence?
It was a circle, like almost like a seance almost. And every time it came around, they were like, "Please have a drink," and we were like, "No, we're good, really."
Did they burn a lamb out?
Don't have to ask us every time. But it was supposedly somebody's blood was inside this thing.
Did they bring a lamb out?
Anyway,
Satanists.
Did they bring a lamb out?
no, there's no lamb, but there was bones. There was bones.
Were they Satanists?
It could be. I don't know. My brother wasn't, and that's why the crosses were painted on they said to keep off the bad spirits or whatever. But anyway, so we were supposed to stay the night there, and we were like totally freaked out. And I wasn't even. We hadn't even really admitted that we liked each other at the time. She was just kind of hanging out with me,
Hard times in the early days. You couldn't grab a room at the Motel 8 and maybe some
that's what we
pizzas?
did. That's what we did. We were like,
oh, okay.
There's no way we're gonna stay here,
Yeah,
So we went there,
good.
and it was in the middle of nowhere, Missouri, and there was by Highway 70, which runs through the state. There was a really cheap motel, and we stayed in there, and we got in the room, and we opened the door, and there was one
right.
double-sized bed there.
I'm going to look up college towns along Route 70 in Missouri.
Warrensburg. It's in Warrensburg.
What'd you have? You got a cot for yourself because you're such a gentleman. I know you.
No, but it was like, oh, what are we gonna do now?
Yeah.
So we got in the bed and everything, and we were like, okay, we're here and it's fine. We're gonna lay next to each other and go to sleep. And we turned on TV, and it was Jerry Springer, and a friend of ours was on there getting her eyebrow tattooed or pierced on Jerry Springer.
No kidding.
And, it was like the most, like, every second of that 24 hours was the most bizarre circumstances.
Huh.
So I went to her page on Facebook to tell her, that when Jerry Springer died, and I was like, you're the first person I thought of and everything. And then I get this private message that she's like, I guess, dying from a stroke in the hospital because she doesn't know that Jerry Springer died.
Jeez.
I was like, oh my god.
How old is she?
She's my age. Well, she's actually a couple years younger than me. We worked at a place called Olga's Kitchen at the mall together, and it was like euros, like Greek euros.
Uh-huh.
What do you have? Swedish name making euros in the mall? That must have been a big hit.
Well, and then Olga's. Yeah. Well, no, Olga. I think Olga's is Greek, isn't it?
Yeah,
I don't know.
Could be.
Anyway, she was weird. She had this fascination with death, and she drove a hearse, which was kind of cool,
Olga?
But no, that's a girl that I went that was on Jerry Springer and got her eyebrow pierced.
Yeah.
But anyway, that's my long way to say that my slight connection to Jerry Springer.
It's almost as if McGrand is here.
Exactly. Well, I hope my story was a little bit more interesting than at least his was. I brought like a seance and blood wine to the mix, at least.
Not bad. And I hear you with I've been in some tripped out houses, but never anything that weird.
My brother was like, So you ain't staying? You know?
I mean, were they
No,
smoking?
no,
Was there
dude.
some good smoke going on?
Well, I mean, this was 30 years ago, so it was good for. Well, I'll tell you what happened. Actually,
A little bit of anything to make it a
brought
little.
up- And
Yeah.
my brother's room was he's he lives like a complete slob, and it came out of my pocket. And it was in a a Ziploc bag, and we couldn't find it. So that's what took us so long to get out of there. I'm like, I'm not leaving without it, So we scoured his room until we found that Ziploc bag.
It fell out of your pocket.
Yeah, and we really weren't. It was just so dirty. Like there was and it wasn't like dirty. Like it was like dirty, like ho-ho wrapper on top of a McDonald's Big Mac box on top of an empty bag of Doritos. That's the kind of dirty it was.
Cluttered. Yeah, right. I
Roach.
guess.
Dirty.
Disgusting. Just disgust. The whole house was disgusting.
Crazy, man. The weed was probably full of seeds. But
Oh, back then, sure
Yeah.
it was.
funny thing is, those seeds now would be worth priceless because you can't get those old cannabis strains anymore. Everything now, I don't know, you two guys aren't really smokers, but everything's cookies and mango lime and all this parfait shit. And like, it's not like good old like cannabis, skunk or whatever, like indica. Like everything has gone crazy these days. So
Hey, Mr. Kilsey.
Mr. Kilsey in the house.
A friend of mine, his dad, kept every seed and put it in like this coffee can,
Mhm.
And he said one day, this is 30 years ago, one day it's gonna be legal, and I'm gonna drive to work and I'm gonna sprinkle all these seeds on my way to work, so that way on the way home I can pick the buds off.
Right. It's
I
so funny.
I wonder what now that it is. I wonder if he surely he ain't working no more. He's got to be 70-something years old.
And those things in a coffee can wouldn't be viable. Very, very low germination rate for those babies.
This house had a very high germination rate.
Not bad.
It was so. He had a coffee table. The same guy had a coffee table with a ashtray sitting on it, and it had never been cleaned up. So the ash had filled up the ashtray, and created an ash mound that connected the side of the floor to the top of the coffee table from his
Damn.
years of ashes.
And your
I
wife
cleaned out.
Disgusting.
for
I
taking
What's
cleaned
that?
Your wife stayed
What?
with you even though you took her there?
No, this is a different house. This is a
okay.
buddy of mine's. This is a buddy of mine's house. This was his house. Oh my God, there's so many horror stories. He had a bike fell over in his front yard. The chain came off of it, so he left it there. And 20-something years later, there was a tree that grew up through the center of the bike. So they had
That's pretty cool.
They tried to clean the house up. This is in the front yard. They were trying to clean the house up, so they had to cut the tree down to get rid of the bike.
Oh my god.
Yeah. Either that or cut the bike.
Yeah, get a
Right.
blowtorch.
Yeah, but it was a bunch of those kind of people cleaning up the house, so they didn't have something that would cut through a bike. It was
Yeah,
easier to cut the tree down.
of course. Makes sense.
The house, like you walked into that house and it just had a smell to it. It's totally disgusting.
Crazy. All right.
Inside, outside carpet in the kitchen. It was that green like AstroTurf.
Mm-hmm.
Wasn't green no more.
Oh, we'll just watch a quick Biden clip if you guys.
Jesus.
Oh yeah, you were getting that ready at the beginning of the show.
Yes.
What did he do now?
I have to get this ready the right way so you guys can't see my DMs.
Mrs. Lip wanted me to tell me one more story about that house. There was somebody pooped in the corner of the house, and nobody wanted to clean it up, so it sat there so long it dried up, and then they vacuumed it up with a shop vac. So when they cleaned the house up,
This?
It was. His
I don't
friend,
think it matters, right? It's
Is this
not
the
like-
one your brother was living in?
No. This is the house, my buddy's house. Well, he was my buddy.
What was wrong with him?
He ended up being transgendered. Is what's wrong with him.
Okay.
All right,
But we didn't know that. We didn't know that back then. We just thought he was dirty.
All right, you ready?
I'm ready.
This almost doesn't seem real.
It's real, and it's spectacular. All right.
Thank you very much. You know,
Hey folks, how are you?
What the fuck was that? Let's just watch that again. To me, I think he forgets that the microphone is in his hand, and he forgets where he is.
well, thank you very much. You know,
What the fuck?
God,
Got it?
Folks, how are you?
4 more years. 4 more years.
No.
Really, 6 more. We still
Fuck
got
no.
2 more.
6 more, yeah.
No more.
Dude, and what's the option? Trump? I mean,
No,
seriously,
no,
that's
no,
what we're
no,
looking at.
no.
I
The-
said,
No. Trump is not going to be available, and the media is
telling
going
you,
to start
that's what
turning
we're
on
looking at.
Biden right now.
No
Come
way.
on.
let's hope
It's-
somebody.
The media
turns
will
on.
turn on. They just don't have anybody. Oh God, I hate when we say
I want to
something like
thank
this.
you all you kids, for bringing your parents to work.
They're like, what?
Her name is Amelia. She wants to know where my granddaughters are. One granddaughter lives in Pennsylvania, in Philadelphia. One granddaughter lives in New York. One granddaughter lives in Washington. One granddaughter lives in Wilmington, Delaware. And the other grandson.
Oh my God.
My grandson lives in California. So I left somebody out there. Anyway, Philadelphia, Wilmington, and I did say 5. You're right. So let me see. I got it.
Those kids are like,
New York.
you got
Oh
some
my
candy
God.
or something for us?
This guy is struggling.
One granddaughter.
How can you get 4 more years of this
I
guy?
don't know.
I'm stunned that
They're all around.
he's running. I'm stunned
Okay.
that he's...
Hold on, listen to this question.
You.
Three.
Listen to this.
Daughter who is-
Turn the volume up
I
a
don't
little.
know.
I can't hear it over your fan.
Excuse me. They're all around.
What was the last country you traveled
The last country I've traveled, I'm thinking what's the last one I was in. I've been to 89, met with 89 heads of state so far. So I'm trying to think, where was the last place I was?
Can you just come from Ireland?
It was yesterday.
Listen. Listen.
I mean, yeah, you're right, Ireland. That's it.
Yeah, listen. A little kid gives him the answer.
I mean, yeah, you're right, Ireland.
You gotta listen.
Met with 89 heads of state so far. So I'm trying to think, where was the last place I was? It's hard to keep track.
Ireland.
I mean, yeah, you're right, Ireland. How do you know that? Which one of you guys is going to be president of the United States?
Ugh.
All right, man, that's good.
Just wait 150 years,
gotta
you're as
make
old as
a
me.
promise, though. When you're president,
That is. I mean, that is. My a good a younger lady who I love dearly, part of the family, would say that is one of the most cringiest things I've seen in a long time. That is fucking cringe. Cringe factor 10, dude. Like,
Every time you get
Yikes.
on the mic, it's cringe, though. That's the problem.
I think that somebody will, on the Democratic Party, will run. I think this is.
Well,
I
someone
mean, I know
is.
it's.
RFK Jr. and is running.
Oh, he already said he was.
Yes. And Marianne Williamson is the other that have announced.
Oh, well, that's what we got.
Yeah.
Ugh.
What was that you shared something, some kind of fake news about that Kennedy guy, didn't you? There's
Yeah. Did I? I've been following some of his past
Oh.
statements, and it's sad.
I
I'd
don't know
actually
nothing
prefer
about that
Biden, senile Biden, to RFK Jr.
Trump's not going to make it. It's going to be DeSantis against this idiot. So
Think Trump's going to be in jail or almost in jail? Is that what you
no, they're going to run that court case nonstop. More people. They're just going to run him out.
But yeah, but you think he's
Got
not
one
gonna
in
snitch?
Georgia.
Well, no, AFED, I was just talking to people, and they'd rather pick Trump over DeSantis, which blew my fucking mind. I'm like,
Oh yeah, I watched Fox and Friends this morning, and they
no,
had.
I don't watch that stuff. I mean,
Oh, well, I know
actual
I did,
people-
and
actual people.
well, they tried to. You know, they had Democrats and Republicans, so supposedly,
Yeah,
but they were all pretty much like like an overwhelming majority of the people were like Trump. You know, they weren't like pro-Trump. They were just like, well, you know, he showed strength. That was like their biggest argument.
Oh
was,
my God.
he showed strength.
He's so.
That was what they
I
all
like-
said.
And like I said, I like Trump
Biden's
as
weak.
president, but I don't want him again. I think I'd rather have DeSantis over Trump.
He actually.
And I'm not having Biden, and there's nothing that I've seen on the Democrat side that popped up at all yet.
Why can't I find anything ever on fucking Instagram? There's a. It's like the search engine just doesn't work for me there. I found a video recently. It's really hard to find Trump stuff now. Like when he gives speeches, they don't want to show it. You know?
They censor it, yeah.
I pointed that out, in fact, after his indictment recently. That's what it was, right? That he didn't give us any. He didn't speak in New York. He went to Mar-a-Lago and spoke. I thought that the simple fact that he didn't speak in New York following it, clearly the first time he spoke after it was newsworthy, just to see if he talks about it. But of course, it wasn't shown or carried, and of course that's where NPR gained a lot of publicity by not airing it, as well as, I think, did anybody air it? Did we ever figure that
That's
out?
what I said. That's what I said.
Yeah, fine.
Like I didn't see it anywhere.
You had to go in Truth Media.
Well, you know that Fox showed it, or
Fox News probably did.
right, Fox News. I don't know. I didn't hear it. I don't. You know, you talk about cringy. I can't stand to hear Trump talk. So it's about the same for me. Biden talking or Trump talking.
Yeah,
Trump seems to be a lot more coherent, and his wit is a little quicker.
Well,
yeah.
But I've never heard him be coherent. He always gets distracted and goes down tangents. And
Well,
it's torture to listen to.
The thing I was trying to find at a speech recently, a dog barked, and Trump goes, "What was that? What was that? A dog? What was that?" And somebody in the audience goes, "It was Hillary," and he visibly breaks out like in full laughter. I've never seen the man laugh ever. And he said, "Hillary, ha ha ha, Hillary!" Like he authentically laughed at that. And of course, then the clip jumps back to Hillary mocking Republicans when she was like, "Rah, rah, rah," or whatever she did. Like it's a fucking clip that she'll never be able to get rid of, barking like a dog. Almost did as much damage as the time she said that, like, they were going to close all the coal mines or whatever, and like a bunch of states literally just were like, "All right, we're not going to vote for you," even though that's, you know, I don't think
they're
she.
all working class people.
Right,
Union
exactly.
people. They don't vote for it.
They weren't necessarily coal miners, but they were not happy with that, I think. Did I see you pour another rum last dance?
I did about an hour ago.
An hour you nursing it?
Yep.
Yeah, I'm surprised you go with the Malibu. You like the sweet, huh? You got a sweet tooth.
No, I don't like it. I didn't buy it. It was just in the house for some reason. I think my daughter bought it for her mixed, foo drinks. But I just never remember to go to the liquor store during the week.
Is she a mixologist?
She every once in a while she'll make herself some foo drinks.
Do you
For
recall
a
the
while.
names of any of them?
Well, for a while she was really into mojitos, and
Ooh,
the
that's
whole place
nice.
was full of mint leaves, and
You can grow those mint spreads like crazy. It doesn't
Yep.
take much.
your audio got scratchy again.
Yeah,
My-
I was just gonna ask that.
When did that happen?
Just now, or
I must have peed on some of your wires. Sorry about that, Steve.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and unplug.
Can't hear anything.
Oh, he did it. He did it now. Now we can hear you.
Clear?
Yeah, very clear.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, this wire, I can't even let my hand float over in that direction. It touches the fucking thing, and God, that's annoying. Isn't it? Like, what the fuck with electronics, Like,
Isn't it? Well, I mean, the wire's probably broken.
it's a new wire. I replaced this one.
Okay.
It's the USB port in the side of the laptop.
Yeah.
Loose.
They move like laterally side to side, kind of, so
Yeah. So you think it's a bad USB port, or?
on both of them, because if I touch the internet one, I lose that too.
Yeah, the USB ports suck.
They do.
They're shit.
What happens is your solder's breaking loose on those
Is that what it is?
connectors. Yep.
And also, it's an Ethernet cable I have to a USB adapter. Ethernet is far better because it has the click, like the old school phone line has the click, but because the laptop is so skinny, they don't give you Ethernet ports on a fucking laptop anymore, just USB.
Right.
Right.
Who's that? That's a fox, right? Terrier? Careful, he's gonna take your upper lip off, bro.
Yeah, loving dog.
Alright, yeah. So apparently, reputation has come up that I'm like some kind of a dog hater. People think like I don't like dogs.
What do you mean? You did a whole spiel last show about dog. It's more than $100. Dog gets the. Oh.
That's not her.
Oh, okay.
Delete.
I got it.
Like that's what the word on the street is? Is that what you're getting at? Like
No,
you
I
heard
mean-
around town, people are saying
Oh,
that
yeah.
you don't like dogs.
I forget who was saying that in the chat.
I'm gonna
Last
guess
I
cup
mean,
of tea.
you come off like you like birds a lot. Like you would do a lot more for a bird than you would for a dog.
No way. Way more for a dog. I eat
Well,
birds.
not how you
I don't
come off.
eat dogs. I eat smoked chicken any man ever seen. And that's a Jim Morrison line, and you can quote
Would you
me.
put a dog in a cage?
For what?
Well, like if you had to leave the house or something.
I don't own a dog. I know there's a crating thing. Some people train dogs using a crate, which doesn't sound like a cage, but let's face it, a crate is a cage, right?
My girlfriend puts her dog in a crate.
There's nothing wrong with
Yeah.
that.
Dog likes it. It's like security blanket.
Well, that's what I'm
for
saying.
him.
But he doesn't think a bird needs to be in a cage.
Oh.
So that's where I was
Birds
trying
fly, dogs lay there.
Yeah, see, so you would let a dog be in a cage, but a bird, no way.
No, I mean, don't own a dog for multiple reasons, but I don't want to have to clean up after it. But I do see the satisfaction in dogs. I've met some great dogs lately. Even a pit bull that I really, really liked. It has a limp, too, so you
pit
feel
bull?
bad. A pit bull.
You met
yeah.
a pit bull?
Murderous pit bull.
Oh yeah, I know you.
The thing was so murderous, when it wagged its tail, its whole body wagged. Like, look at that thing. That's a killer right there. Old gimpy chimp.
He don't
Chip.
like to be held.
How's old Chip
Chip.
doing?
How's the ACL injury?
He just injured it by
He's-
putting him on the ground.
Yeah,
Yeah, he re-injured it.
he can walk, but he can't go up and downstairs. Well, he can go downstairs. He can't go upstairs.
Oh wow.
which is a pain because he sits at the bottom of the, if I go to the bathroom, he sits at the bottom of the stairs and he's yelping for me to come get him. I'm like, dude, just chill, you know. You don't have to be with me every second.
That dog is so cool.
Does he bark or is he whining?
Yeah. He does a little huff, you know, kind of thing. He does it when he goes outside and you don't open the screen for him to get back in.
He talks to you. That's his way of talking.
Look, bitch, I'm out here. Come on. That's kind of his thing. That's probably what he does when he's... I think he kind of whines a little bit when he's at the bottom of the stairs, though.
Well, can't you just shut the door and ignore it, or you still hear it?
Well, I mean, I guess I could shut the door. I don't just shut every door when I walk out of that room, though, you know.
Right. Yeah, that's the problem. You've given him too much. You gotta, you know, you should shut the door.
Well, he's got it. I'll tell you, Smokesteve, you said you didn't want to clean up after him. I'll tell you what.
Oh no! Here we go.
Chip last night. So he sat down a couple times, and
there was like sat down.
Oh, spot, you know. So I'm like, oh no, and we're
God.
like, oh no, he's in a bad place. So
he's got the runs.
I had to take him. Yeah, well, I guess, and it kind of was, you know, he's got long curly hair, so it was all tangled up there. So I had to get him in the bathtub and
dingleberries.
Kind of give him the once over and get it all cleaned up.
Yeah, but you don't know. Well, usually with the dog, it should be through him fairly quickly, and then you're okay. But
well, I was like, who knows? I might have to do this again in 24 hours, you know. But he's been in a good place. But he was so excited. He was so happy. Like he wanted to let me know all night. Thank you. Like at the time I was doing it, he thought I was like the meanest, most horrible thing in the world, you know, because he just had to sit there while I basically had to clean his ass. Is what I had to do in the bathtub. And my wife was like, "You try to give him a bath too, because he probably could use one of those." I'm like, man, if you would have saw that water, like. The bath, I was not going to give him a bath in that water.
I mean, this is disturbing, but I'm going to ask a question about.
Go for it.
Did you have gloves on?
No, she asked me that same thing.
Oh my God!
You're washing the dog in a water. Who cares? You're washing the hand.
See, Topple knows where I'm at. You got to feel what you're doing.
Do you wear your gloves when you clean your asshole out when you take a shower?
That's what I said to my wife. That's what I said to my wife.
No, you don't? Then what's wrong with you?
But if you're snaking a toilet, do you do it barehanded?
No, I don't.
All right, you wear fucking gloves.
I'm not trying to get the hat, but I mean...
I hear you. Well, it's a dog. It's not your own ass. It's a dog's ass. So that does create a...
But your hand is washing at the same time, though. You're not washing while you're snaking.
No, I'm going heavy blue chemical gloves with the wrist cuff all the way up to about here.
I was going to say, how do you get down in there then?
You get good enough with the fucking gloves, and then you hit the gloves with hospital disinfectant after, and you leave them for 10 minutes to fully dry with the hospital disinfectant on them. Trust me, that's how I...
You have OCD.
Come on.
Yeah, and in my job, you know how it is.
Some of us have lived life in the real world, and we have enough antibodies to all the common things.
Did you change diapers, Smokesteve?
Yes.
I was just thinking the same thing.
Because what did you do?
I nearly threw up every time. I'm about to throw up right now thinking about it. But I did it. Survival, you got to take care of your child. And, you know.
Well,
that's good. Cup of tea. Cup of tea. Snakes his toilet barehanded. In fact, he's completely naked when he does.
Bare naked, yeah. You always want to pull the toilet and snake it through the hole.
Yes. You'll get stuck in the trap.
Yeah, and you scratch. I mean, you can use the closet auger. Those are handy. You know, it's got the little hook. You put it right down in the toilet. That's when something's actually stuck in the toilet.
Oh, yeah. Big syringes.
Yes, or, yeah. Ooh,
well, no, that's what I run into when we get on the job.
Is it better to just smash them and send them down the line, or try to pull them out?
What's that?
Anything.
Best thing is to jet actually, not. If you got something that's completely clogged, the best thing is to try to break it up and then jet. But if someone lost their wedding ring, you want to try to bring it back.
Yeah, wedding rings, that's complicated. Very complicated.
And you don't.
Well, you gotta,
it's
you gotta come on
amazing.
camera, Truth Finder. We gotta see it.
And I had one of my buildings jetted. They had to do it from the vents on the roof.
What?
They sent the water jets straight down through, all the way down like 150 feet.
How bad did you get flooded?
Not bad.
Usually jet from outside in, not from inside.
No, from the roof down, from the
Yeah,
vent.
but you're going through a vent. Yeah, but you're still adding water to that backspace. And how you know the jet's going to go downstream?
Yeah, I know. How do you know it's not? How do you know it's not going down a sweep and up somebody's toilet or bathtub?
Yeah,
I hear you. I don't know. These guys seem confident, and I mean, yeah, it was worth it. I guess. I don't know. That's just there's these businesses that do that, and then your company or whoever pays thousands of dollars, and they're like, "Well, we're done. Everything's great." And like, yeah, well, what? How is it better? Like.
Well, you got to pay to get a camera then. So.
Exactly. There was some camera work, but I guess over years in apartment buildings, you do have to do some
maintenance,
cleaning. Like it's the mains that you're cleaning, not just the short runs. It's like the main, the big stuff. So, yeah. Do you do that, water jets?
No, I don't. We don't have one. We will snake, but we will get a truck out from a contractor to jet.
Right.
Which makes I'm about to get a jet truck because they can make $4,000 on one night.
Imagine. 4Gs. What's the investment? $100,000 for the jet, the pump, the truck, everything.
For a good one, I think it's about nowadays probably 100. But you'll make your money up within a couple months, especially if you live in the Northeast and old plumbing's everywhere. So
exactly. Yeah, that's a great idea. There's tons of businesses opening up around here for that. It seems to be a cash cow. You got to have good employees with that. You got to pay your guys because, like people don't want to do that unless they're getting paid. And it is hard work. You're getting calls at all kinds of crazy times. Because trust me, when I can't handle it, I call the company that can, and that's when they can just print money because they're like, yeah, we'll be there, but there's going to be this and that and all these charges and everything.
We're the first contractor, so. If we have to sub something, we're the first contractor, so if we got to sub something out, we just run the price up. So
right,
we're that asshole. So
yeah, you guys should be jetting. That's the next level. What we got here? Truth Finder UK. That's kind of an arbitrary statement there. He will porn bomb us, is what he's saying.
Well, he, after I asked him to show himself, and he just disappeared. So.
Yeah, I mean, and after the last one, which was clearly a total bomber, previous. It is what it is. Anyone else who we know or who wants to be shown on camera, or Parzival, the guy that was on camera earlier and I completely ignored?
Well, I think he went to sleep, I guess.
He wasn't going to shave today. I did all that work for nothing.
Dude, it looked like I was like watching his camera. I'm like, this guy is smoking, like chain smoking. This has got to be a loop. Is Parzival on his camera was just ripping through butts. I've seen that before, and it seems like it's a recording of something, and then you click on it and boom, it's porn. But that was Parzival just ripping through cigarette after cigarette, waiting for me to click him on. What a dick. Sorry, Parzival.
No, it's my fault. You said it.
It is.
Absolutely.
You're right. Now that you're right about, it is your fault.
Yep. Well, it won't happen again. I will show some initiative in the future.
Good man.
Fed, Don Lemon's not on air no more. What are you going to do?
I don't know, man. It's really been bothering me. Been up, I haven't got a wink of sleep since that happened.
Lemon.
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 Oh, come on. Go out.
I don't think we'll see much of him anymore. I think he's done.
What did you think of what Tucker Carlson said in his press release thing?
His little 2-minute video.
Yes.
Meaningless. So there's nothing there. It's just filler.
Yeah, it was just like his monologue every night. It was just like you could draw something from it if you wanted to.
I'll see what he does next.
Big.
I mean, he's got to go the route of Rogan. First thing he should do is go on Joe Rogan for a 2-hour interview and smoke cigars and have a couple glasses of bourbon and really talk some shit. I think that would be awesome. And
I hope
maybe
we're not
he can.
talking about Don Lemon still, right?
No, we're talking about Tucker. Maybe he can lose. He can lose
Don
some
Lemon
of
would
the.
be smoking something else.
Whoa. Whoa.
Yeah, not cannabis.
We'll be deleting that.
I don't know. Maybe we'll see the real side of Don Lemon now that he's not on.
It's just a big cigar.
Yeah, he's gay.
Who cares?
Nobody. I don't know. No. I was just making sure we knew that he didn't mean cannabis. He meant cockabus.
Oh, okay.
Because I smoke cannabis, but he smokes cockabus.
You never tried the cockiness?
No, sir.
No,
sir.
I agree with your wife. I thought it was how he was saying was just ridiculous because he does what he was saying.
He said that. He said that before.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it all came out that he absolutely detests Donald Trump and him as presidency. The idea seconds him, and I mean, he pushed Trump, so
right.
Clearly he's a shill. He's a bullshit artist, but
Well, they all are.
I mean, he's loaded too, and I think wasn't he wealthy beforehand?
I have no idea.
No, he worked his way through.
He's a political
writer.
Yeah,
He was a
Very
writer.
good writer.
Was on CNN. Was on PBS.
Well, he was on. Wasn't he on Crossfire?
MSNBC.
He was Crossfire.
Yeah.
It was Rachel Maddow. He's with her.
But I read a story he wrote and a couple others. He really is a good writer. He's a better writer than he is a TV host. So,
Well,
in
I
terms
mean
of-
that's your opinion.
Yeah.
I mean, he was a much more successful TV host than he was.
makes
a
more money,
writer.
of course. Bigger
Right.
audience, more money.
I mean, he might have been one of the biggest in recent memory for sure.
definitely, dude. His cable TV. He had the most popular hour on cable TV.
Yeah.
At
I
all.
just know why. I just want to know why.
I mean, I would watch him and I would get intrigued, and then he would do the whole. But then, don't you notice how this? And he had this high-pitched voice, where I picture some Americans going, "Oh yeah, he's totally onto something." And I'd be like, I can't fucking listen to this guy speak to me this way, I found it to be.
You should be an SNL writer.
Yeah.
Well, a thing that him and Trump do good is two things. One
Do
is
well.
they tell, they make something and they try to relate you as you're the one that's getting screwed by this. You're the one that's they're lying to, and then he also skates the line with you know you know getting himself in trouble for saying something that's not true or leave very vague with their description of things.
Well, doesn't all politicians and all news media do the same thing, though?
No, not so much. I mean, you don't watch like most news programs, and he's like, now you're the one this is happening to. Now you're the one that this is. He just had a good way of doing that. Where a lot of people just say what's happening or say their opinion even of it, but he did a very good job of including the viewer as the one that's affected by what he's saying.
Like the TV dinners.
Interesting.
Right.
Okay, yeah.
If that's the case, wow. Because back in the old days, Swanson, I think, when these things were invented, the 50s and 60s, talking huge dollars that company would have made.
Yep.
I mean, they're still there today. I haven't had one in 20 years, but
Salisbury steak, dog.
yeah, I think it actually was dog in the original Salisbury steak.
Man, you're really on tonight.
Thank you.
Whatever the mix of herbs and fluids,
Yeah, right.
It's perfect.
Thanks, man.
Keep it going.
Yeah, all right.
Look
I
at
need
this.
another. I think I need another margarita.
I think you made him blush last dance.
It could be all the rum, tequila, beer, and cannabis, but
it's the right mix.
The hell of a cocktail.
yeah. I think
They do.
this statement right here. I don't
Oh my
think.
God, I say the exact same thing about MSNBC viewers.
I don't think they
that
like.
phrase exactly.
I don't think they like to be lied
They're
to.
just simple-minded and think everything's true. That comes
But
out.
when-
of people's
No,
mouth.
she's right. They do love to be lied to.
They do.
All partisans,
They-
all partisans do. Whether you're watching
Right.
Fox or MSNBC.
That's
lied
true.
to,
That's
though.
true.
And if they don't
They
lie
lie.
to you, you're changing the channel to find someone who
Right.
does.
That's right. That is
I don't
absolutely
get that.
right.
I do not get that.
I mean,
That's why they lie to you. That's evolution. They came to that. That's the way they make the most money, by trial and error. They know they have to lie to you.
That's right. That is absolutely right.
The ones that didn't lie to you, they're not in business anymore.
They
well,
don't get watched.
That's not true. Smirkanish, I think, is a straight shooter.
He couldn't stand the guy, but he wasn't as bad as the others back when I watched CNN 10 years ago.
Michael
Is he on the
Smirkanish,
Is he on the weekends?
bald
He,
head.
he invites people to. Like, Tucker's not going to have somebody on there that can really put him in his place. You know what I'm saying? He'll have somebody that he disagrees with, but he's going to control the situation. But that Smirkanish dude, he invites people to text and email him, doesn't he? And then he reads what they're saying live.
Yeah. I've tried to get on there. I've tried to tweet at him. Never
have
made it,
you?
but yeah. And I think once I tweeted on New Year's Eve to some fucking losers on NBC where they dropped the ball. I did see a tweet of mine briefly fly across the screen.
Yeah.
Smokesteve.
Oh, it wasn't Smokesteve?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was your Twitter account.
But anyways, what were we just talking about? Sorry, I totally derailed and sidetracked it.
No, that's all
Michael
right.
Smirkanish, yeah.
Smirkanish, yeah.
He's pretty good, man. I mean, for CNN, and compared to Fox and compared to MSNBC, I think he's somewhat of a treasure in that he actually just delivers it and kind of expects the person who's hearing the news to come up with an opinion rather than the person who's delivering it to them to deliver their own opinion, which is huge.
I'll tell you what I'd like to see in news. I'd like to see some news in news, and not so much opinion. I'd like to see news that isn't edited to push one narrative. You know, I'd like to see news that covers the Trump speech just because he's a presidential candidate, even if he's a jackass. And I'd like to see less shaping of the narrative. But like I said, there's no money in that. Nobody's going to watch that. They want to be in their echo chambers where they feel good.
What do you think about this guy, Last Dance?
Obviously, he's it's a porn bomber.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Come on.
Oh, it just looped right there. It just clicked.
Yeah, I mean, it's a porn bomber. You want me to get rid of him?
Yeah, get rid.
Oh, man. You guys spoil all the fun.
Oh. I need some images before I go to sleep.
You guys need to let me and Top control the back.
That'd be so wrong.
The backs.
This wouldn't have been porn. This would have been something worse.
No, not you. They wouldn't settle with Dominion for $700+ million if they weren't lying about the election.
Who said that? Oh.
What?
Wife.
Wait, what?
Oh, they knew they were gonna lose.
Yeah, I agree. They knew.
Or it was worth the risk for them to take half. They didn't. They didn't even. As far as I know, they didn't even say anything about it on Fox, did they?
I don't know. I never watched Fox.
So Dominion just wanted the money.
I think that that losing was not the issue. I think they didn't want to have any more discovery.
Well, yeah, it was discovery enough, but it don't matter. Like you were saying, those people don't care. You could show them all the facts in the world that they're getting lied to, or whoever won the election. It doesn't matter. Or that what virus is killing us. It doesn't matter. People want to hear. What do you mean? Do I honestly think that?
You don't
I honestly think it.
Simple
I'll be back.
People like simple
Virus.
minded people that honestly believe everything they see. Oh, did he do it again? All right, screwed me all up.
Yeah.
You honestly think people just sit there and want to be lied to, though?
I mean, subconsciously they don't. But it's proven. Fox with their when they started telling people, look, the election. This is how the election went, and we're not going to sit here and tell you that this machine was fooled with, and this machine tripped this, and when they started doing that, then all the people went over to OAN. I mean, it's proven, and they went to Newsmax,
right?
So those people could tell them, "Oh, you were screwed, and this machine did this, and this machine did this," and Nancy Pelosi's husband is part owner of this company that flipped this thing here. That's what they wanted to hear. So they won over there.
Really?
I think Tucker, in one of those internal messages, said that they're just going to go over to OAN News if we don't give them what they want. So they believe it. I believe it. I think that's absolutely true.
I just think because the people I talk to that bring up these stories from Fox News, they're always saying the same stuff, and it's just like, do you use logic one bit to think for yourself? And I honestly think these people are just stupid.
I mean, I think Drone Tech's a perfect example of it. I don't even know if he agrees with all the stuff he's saying. But he just feeds them people what they want, so he
he trying to make money?
Because now he does. He lives, and he said that one time he was. I don't see how somebody can totally reverse their. You might be able to kind of be an independent guy, and sometimes you agree more with the Democrats, and sometimes you agree more with the Republicans. But if you're somebody like this Candace Owens, and you're you couldn't have been more. Socialist Democrat, and now you're this,
Hey, Kanye, show the peace sign. Do this.
That's bullshit.
We got a real guy. You want to let him on?
Let him on before these people we're talking about.
Ass.
First they go out and they go out and they look, Smokesteve.
Not a word. Not a word. But you know what? Smokesteve's wife is going to narc on us because she's in the chat.
No, she won't. She's a sweetheart. She loves us.
She's good. She's all right. She ain't gonna tell.
Yeah, she's one of us.
Oh, wait, here we go.
Yeah, but that's why.
What I was saying exactly. See? Everything you just said was right on.
You don't agree?
The last 3 minutes, you have said nothing but the truth, Topple.
What did
Good
I
job.
miss?
No, not much.
Topple, speaking the truth.
Yes, yes.
We gotta
I'm
make
gonna
so
get a
much
beer.
more nothing.
You guys fill them in.
Well, we had a little bit. I have to confess.
No, well, no. I was talking about Tucker Carlson.
Okay.
And how much I looked up to him. And like that's where I got makes so much noise. You're ruining the show.
Me? Is it the fan or the drink?
The drink.
This fucking microphone's too sensitive, I swear.
It's okay. It's okay. I don't fault you for the show going down the drain.
If I touch it, the whole thing will go haywire. It's like I can't do anything.
But Smokesteve, do you
Yes, yes.
honestly believe that people like to be lied to, or they just, if the facts are shown to them and they don't want to hear it, they just change stations?
I think there's some greater issues like that define either side that automatically turn people against one side or the other, and then it's easy to point things out that are going to make the other side look bad when a person is a willing believer. Person is a willing believer, like wanting more dirt on the Democrats. For an example, someone watching Fox News, you only have to just casually point out a few things to these people, and a lot of them are like, oh yeah, they're totally right. Now, a lot of these people who are fans of it are very intelligent conservatives who don't do what I'm saying, and a lot of people who watch it aren't thinking too much about it and just there to follow along and basically agree. Sort of two sides. Same thing with liberals and Democrats. You watch MSNBC, Menka and Joe, or certain shows on CNN. Certainly, when these people are definitely looking for things to turn against conservatives that they're fed by these news channels. You know.
Do you think that draws more hate against people, more divide?
More division? Yeah, totally.
And that's what I'm against.
100%. I totally agree with
you.
you.
Do you think January 6th and Black Lives Matter protests were weaponized by the media?
Weaponized?
Yes, weaponized by parties.
Of course they were.
Yeah, but yeah, sure. Yeah, I mean,
it caused more division between people.
I mean, I think there's both stories needed to be talked about because.
Well, no, they need to be talked about. But
I think that I know, but I think the side like obviously the more liberal stuff didn't want to point out the obvious when the Black Lives Matter was going on, and then the more conservative ones they don't want to hear any talk about January 6th. So it makes it look like one side's talking more about it. Well, those things need to be talked about. Both those things, they're important things in our history.
I think a single act that happened at one of these protests pretty much defines the division, and that was Kyle Rittenhouse. You'll have literally a good percentage of people saying it was self-defense and a good percentage of people saying it was murder.
But how's it murder? That's if you take away politics and all that, it's self-defense.
Logic dictates that it's self-defense.
But those are the things.
There's a decent argument against it being self-defense. I don't think it's correct, but it's a reasonable argument.
McGrande still believed that he brought guns over the state border and all that because that's what was reported on the one side.
Well, let's start at the base here of Last Dance and his liberal beliefs. How is it not self-defense? And I know I'm kidding.
You can't create the conditions that caused you to need to use self-defense.
So you think him having a gun caused him to be more of a target? Yeah.
If he had brought the gun to a violent rally where he knew he would be targeted, then that might not be self-defense. His saving grace was that he brought it to protect some businesses and never intended to be, he was never intended to be, he didn't go there to direct these rioters on what to do. He went there to help business owners protect their businesses.
Are they allowed to open carry there, though?
I don't know.
Yes. He was not breaking the law.
It was a rifle. I'm not sure what the deal was, but
it was decided that he didn't break any laws.
Yeah, but it was close though. If he had,
no, they dropped the one what they were going after him for,
the illegal gun charge.
Last day, yeah, they dropped that right away, saying that there was nothing illegal about that.
No, the judge threw it out.
Yeah,
But I actually discovered on my own, because I looked through that damn Wisconsin law, and I saw that he in fact he was not illegally carrying the gun, even though the legislature meant for it to be illegal. They incorrectly wrote the law. They carelessly wrote the law, and so he did not violate it.
Right.
Now, did anybody come around? Oh, you want to know? Try to correct it?
I don't know. I bet they did.
Yeah.
It's possible, but
it just when I know what the politics with the Kyle Rittenhouse, and I said it at the beginning. The first person he shot, there's no video to show if it was self-defense. The only thing we can go off of, the guy was running after him, throwing shit at him. Now, is his life at risk at that point? No. What happened between the cars is what we didn't see. But everything after that was all self-defense. And there was a lot of people keep saying that it was black people killed. There's a lot of people saying there was no gun involved. And this was news media that had to correct themselves right during the trial when it came out during the trial.
Oh yeah.
And that's just, that drives me nuts, like how sickening that is. Now, I would never let my kid ever go to a protest as is, but bring a gun? Fuck no.
Right, but if your son, and he was 17, somehow figured out on his own how to get a gun and go do what he thought was an act of defending businesses, or Rittenhouse was 18, right?
No, he was 17.
17. So if he did this, like, you would back your son.
I would back my son. Well, yeah, with the nation scrutinizing him and everything, but I hope I raise my son enough that he want to do stupid shit like that.
Right. And I tend to think they raised this kid pretty well.
No, everybody raises their kids differently. I'm not going against that, but it's just...
I don't look at the act that he did as some sort of a delinquent act.
He went there to supposedly protect businesses and then help anybody that was injured, even protesters or whatever. But like at the same time, that's a 17-year-old kid. I would not let I would be scared to death my 17-year-old could be at any protest that is. But that's me.
Right.
A sensible adult.
Any protest? I mean, protests used to be that you were out there literally just protesting.
Political stuff. And seeing what we saw during that time period with prior protests during the Black Lives Matter, hell no, you're not allowed to go. People are dying. People are getting injured. No.
Yeah, it reminds me, there was one in Boston here when some of those people protested and smashed up all kinds of shop windows and shit. And they got a Boston cop who was like, "Get that motherfucker right there! Get him! Get him! Get that fucker!" And like...
1 out of 1,000.
They made a big fucking deal and suspended this cop for this shit. Even though this kid was throwing trash cans around and trying to fucking break windows, like this cop speaking like that, he got suspended for, you know?
Oh.
Fucking crazy, dude.
it was crazy times back then, and that's just what it was.
That
And
back
then-
then is right now. Our
With what?
society
With
is still on a precipice. It hasn't changed since whatever, the burning, the looting. All
The
it's going to
people that
take.
you're running into right now, there's
No,
way.
I mean the protests. Like it could happen again any minute. Like,
Oh, absolutely. We're near election, so it's going to happen again. soon.
Exactly. Like
Black Lives only
you
matter
were saying
once a
back
year,
then, but I'm
once
just
every 4
pointing.
years.
I'm pointing out it wasn't back then. Back then is now. And that's the way it is. Like, there are no more peaceful protests. I don't think that's going to exist, you know? 1 million people walking, marching on Washington peacefully nowadays is going to be fucking riot, dude. Crazy. You know?
Depends on what people film. Now, there was plenty of peaceful Black Lives Matter protests going on around the country. We only showed, or you only seen the bad side of it, though. You got to remember that, too.
Yeah, it's true. A protest wouldn't have been newsworthy, I guess, then if it wasn't violent.
But, like, I just love the January 6th one. How
Yes,
they try
yes.
to treat that as a... Well, what you guys were talking about, Drone Tech did something and saying something about Ray Epps.
Yeah.
I don't get it. Well, so what are we trying to do? Say that he was guilty of what?
Everything. His drone tech is how he put it.
Is he an undercover FBI agent still?
Right.
You know,
Oh, that's so stupid.
I had
Fair.
heard about Ray Epps, but didn't really. You know, I didn't follow. I don't follow stories like that. And then
You didn't kick on Drone Tech's live that night, bro.
no, but I did watch the 60 Minutes thing. That
I can't trust 60 Minutes, though.
well, I wouldn't either. But they asked him questions, he answered them. That much you know, and you certainly have that much at least to go on. Now they didn't ask him the questions I would have asked.
Okay.
Not all of them.
Such as, please.
Well, one thing I would have done is he whispered in that kid's ear, and I would have. They asked him what he said, and I would have done that. But I would have found who that kid is and asked him what he said.
Yeah.
That actually came out recently. What he said.
No,
He said.
Ray
it did.
Epps said what he said, but the person he said it to, I would have asked them if he agrees that that's what Ray Epps said.
Yeah, and he said, "Cool Ranch is a far better flavor."
What? Wait, what?
I gotta kick you off now.
No, I don't know. Yeah, it just seems so arbitrary that we're worried about what he whispered to this kid.
No, I mean the question is, there's a conspiracy that he's actually an FBI informant or an FBI.
I've
head
heard
or
that. A Fed is what they say.
a Fed or somehow.
The chanting started when he was there. Fed, Fed, Fed. When he was saying, "We have to go into the Capitol tomorrow." Then they
Yes,
started
I
saying, "Fed, Fed, Fed, Fed,"
because-
and
right.
he said, "Peacefully."
Peacefully, right?
Like, give me a fucking break, dude. What do you think
So
of this
what-
guy?
So what
No,
was Drone
no,
Tech?
he's no good.
I'm not.
You're such a good judge, aren't you, Last Dance?
Yeah, I'm great at this.
What was Drone Tech's take on this?
Oh,
Drone Tech said that it was 100% the reason. No, all right. I don't want to mischaracterize.
No,
what he
no,
said.
you can't say
I
hard.
watched.
let me say this.
I watched.
Yeah, I don't care if he is an FBI agent. It's not his fault that all those people, you know,
No.
it doesn't matter if someone tells you to go jump in the lake, you know?
I'll tell you this: if
How
you
is
ask
that ever an excuse?
if you ask 99% of them the day after it happened, if they had seen that guy, they would have 99% of them would have said, "No, I never saw that guy."
Right.
So how
exactly.
could it have been his? How could it have been
Exactly.
his fault?
It's not like he was alone at the head of the crowd with a microphone directing them.
was just another
agitator.
guy. He was another guy in the crowd.
He might have been louder and bigger, but they not everybody was paying attention
Well,
to
the
him.
question mark.
In small groups, they might have been like, "Oh, look at this old guy." You know,
Exactly.
What I got off
but
social
it had nothing
media-
to do with the overall thing of why they were there.
The social media aspect, from what I'm understanding, because I didn't watch any of it, was why wasn't he charged? Did he go into the Capitol? What is going
No,
on?
he says he didn't.
Okay,
There's no,
so-
as far as I know, there's nothing on camera that shows that he did.
So, Drone Tech has shared us before on his stream, so why don't we go ahead and share a little
Sure.
Drone Tech on here?
18
I'm totally-
seconds.
It's only 18 seconds now. This is Drone Tech. He's going to be talking about Ray Epps and how he affected.
Something real quick. When I saw what was happening on January 6th, I was disgusted. I didn't like it. So I'm a right winger. I did not want that to happen. I did not like to see it happen.
Agree.
I didn't want it to happen, but this guy made it happen. Who is this guy?
All right, Drone Tech's a little drunk. He's talking about Ray Epps. He
Just
says
one guy.
he says this guy made it happen one more
Yeah.
time, and
One guy.
Drone Tech's a buzzed, and so am I. So no big deal. Let's see it again.
When I saw what was happening on January 6th, I was disgusted. I didn't like it. So I'm a right winger.
That's a-
I did
that's a
not
lie,
want
by
that
the
to
way.
happen. I did not like to see it happen. I didn't want it to happen, but this guy made it happen. Who is this guy? You know what I'm saying? Like,
Wow.
you get
he's-
something real quick. When I saw what was happening on
Feeling
January,
good.
Stop, Shep. Stop, Shep.
All right. I would like to. I wish Drone Tech was here to. Is he saying one guy, or there was
Yes!
many of people?
No. Just
No.
One
Well,
guy.
But
Let's
he's
just-
drunk right there.
He's saying he was a
That was the
significant
whole-
factor.
This show that Smokesteve just played that clip from was what over an hour, 2 hour show. It
Okay.
was
Yeah.
all about this one guy that did
Okay.
all
Ray
that.
Epps, yeah.
I would like to ask him and respectfully be like, well, do you think it was one guy or many of plants?
Let me tell you something.
around?
Let me tell you something. And this is only based off of what he said that night. What he would say to you is, "You're stupid for not agreeing with him, thinking that this one
Well, a lot
guy."
of people
the
are
character
like
pulled."
that, but no, I want to ask him: does he
That's-
believe it? One
He told
guy
all his
or
viewers that.
multiple guys, or women, or
It's
whatever?
a recorded live show. You can watch the whole thing.
Well,
Am I
it
wrong
was-
by portraying it that way,
My only
Smokesteve?
question
No,
would be:
no.
where's Ray Epps during January 6th? Where is he positioned? Is he at the door, stop waving people to go in, or?
Well, watch that 60 Minutes piece, and that's a pretty good
All right.
representation.
Well,
I put
Yeah,
it in
but-
the Discord.
he could be asked.
It's like
he
15,
can answer.
15 minutes long.
You're totally right, Topple. I would love to talk to.
But I'm just saying, there's
Drone
some
Tech about
questions
this.
that probably weren't.
I wish
asked.
I was on there. I wish I was on there instead of those two goons that he had on there.
Oh.
Which I give him credit for having two guys that disagreed with him. I thought
Oh,
that
he
was.
did?
I wouldn't think that Drone Tech would do that because
That's
I never
why I like
watched
Drone
Tech
Tech.
stuff.
That's why I like Drone Tech.
He's had those two guys on before. The guy with the long hair is actually like a freelance reporter. He's in Ukraine giving that interview to Drone
Oh, was
Tech.
he? Wow.
Yes. And he was whispering a lot and holding the microphone close to his mouth, and everyone was joking like he's whispering. What the fuck, Dylan? Whispering. I was wondering if he was trying to be quiet because there might be other people sleeping nearby. So yeah, like you guys said, Drone has these guys on, and he had some of his own followers giving them some shit,
Oh, yeah,
like
but-
insulting them in his own chat. And I tried to point out, guys, like Drone Tech got these guys here for this show.
well, they don't
Maybe
care.
not. Clearly not.
Like, look at AFED. His biggest fans in the chat right next to us. Cup of tea. I mean, he's still here.
That's right. I
But
was
no,
giving
I'm
Drone
just-
Tech. I was giving Drone Tech shit in the
Well,
chat.
I'm just.
Oh, you were watching?
I didn't
Yeah, he
come until
watched.
the very end. But I was like, oh my god. Like I would have said so many different things to Drone Tech.
So, Aphid, are you familiar? Are you conversant with all the theories and alleged evidence about why they think Ray Epps is a Fed in some way?
Load us up. And what's that clicking sound? Who's got a pen that they're clicking?
I do. I'm sorry.
You're clicking a pen. I knew that sound.
I'm clicking a pen.
Look, he's annoyed with you, Aphid. He's about to cut loose. Go.
I know. He's trying to get me. It's what he's trying to do.
That's all right. Go. What do you got for your colloded or colloded or fucking evidence, whatever the hell word you used? Go.
I'll be honest. Most of my knowledge from that whole situation was just from that 60 minutes because I didn't really know much about it before watching that.
I don't know either. That's why I'm asking you.
Yeah. So
Okay.
I wasn't like a big, Ray Epps. I'm still not like what I said. It was in the Discord or in that chat that night, but. To defend the Ray Epps dude is just as stupid as Drone Tech's point of because these guys that Drone Tech had on there, especially the one guy that Smokesteve's talking about that was in Ukraine, he did seem like he was trying to like defend Ray Epps. The guy doesn't deserve any defending. I mean, he put himself in that situation. I feel sorry for him because now he's living in a camper like in Idaho.
Yeah.
He wouldn't even say where he was.
Well, that's terrible.
Because
I'd feel very
all
sorry
these
for him.
people. Yeah, and he was just another guy that was there. I really don't think that he was.
Here's the first question: how did anybody know his name? Who doxed him?
I have no idea.
Did he dox himself? Did he shout, "I am Ray Epps"?
I don't know. Maybe at the beginning of the 60 Minutes piece they go over it. I don't know.
Yeah,
did he get it?
How do they get the other protesters that are locked up in federal jail right now? People snitched.
Well,
I know
the
Tucker
QAnon
Carlson-
shaman had that funny costume.
Yeah,
that got him an extra 2 years.
Which that's bullshit.
Tucker Carlson did draw a lot of attention to the Ray Epps story.
Right. I mean,
and then Ted Cruz is even, on the Hill. Like, can you tell me who Ray Epps is? I'm like, come on.
Right.
It's ridiculous.
Just remember,
why did you guys let my dad help assassinate JFK?
Exactly.
Why did you let him do it?
Why did
Just
I
remember,
ask you that?
Ted Cruz starts every day on his knees. Those are his own words.
Oh,
Yeah.
I bet he
What
does.
happened that day?
Who's
that
he
I
blowing?
asked on Discord?
Jesus and God at the same time, I
Oh,
guess.
boy.
I don't know.
Wasn't there a recording that just came out with something he said that everyone kept pointing that he was part of January 6th?
Well, no, there's video of him there. The day before, January 5th. Oh, Ted Cruz.
So I don't think English Bottle Cap. I don't think he's. Maybe we didn't explain the whole Ray Epps thing.
Yes,
Allegedly, it's alleged, English Bottle Cap, that Ray Epps was somehow either a federal informant or a witness or a federal agitator in the January 6th crowd of rioters, and he's the one that agitated and led the rioters on to the violence that caused all this trouble. Ray Epps says, no, that is not me. The FBI says that we have nothing to do with Ray Epps.
Yeah, do you believe
And
that?
that's where it stands.
I'm with Drone Tech here.
You would.
What the fuck? No. I would love to ask him. I would love to be on that panel and ask him questions, though. It's not just one guy. I think, was it a bunch of agitators that were involved?
He's allegedly the linchpin.
Yeah, the Fed that was planted. I don't know about that, but
All right, here we go. Let's show a little of the old boy, huh?
Old boy, he's not that old.
He was wearing desert camo. I don't really understand in the middle of the fucking city, bizarro, but...
Well, I mean, there was people with masks on, there was people with body armor on, there was people wearing every different thing.
Yeah.
That's Ray Epps.
There's the mastermind.
That's him. That's the Fed. I mean, he's
Last
clean
hit,
shaven. He's clean shaven.
recognize-
He's wearing
Does he
camo.
wear
Recognize him from the field, Last Dance? Was he?
Is that you? Oh, you're
All
going
right,
by
here we go.
apps.
Oh, this is from 60 Minutes. I don't trust it.
All right. Well, this is just.
You don't have to trust it. You just have to
This
listen.
is-
You can
this
discount
is-
everything that's said if you want.
Oh, wait. This is just video clip of him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
From 60
Okay,
Minutes.
never mind. All right.
And the narrator.
If we were watching, wait, hold on a second before I lose my thought.
Yes. Yes.
Topple, if we were watching Tucker, would you say, "Oh, I can't watch Tucker because I don't trust him"?
No,
You
I
can't say
trust
that-
Tucker 100%. I'd love to be lied to.
Okay, as long as you're honest. As long as you're honest.
Oh, all you guys
No,
are.
no. I'd like to see the real video and then the proof if it's not edited or any of that stuff. But regardless, it's not one guy that's involved with January 6th, people going in. So
No. Well, Aphid had a really good point about this. Maybe in the Discord you said that Steve Bannon had been talking about this for months beforehand.
Months.
Look at
This
this.
this day.
So
Like,
right, like
I want to
if
see this guy.
if you're gonna say someone was culpable, maybe Bannon.
Right. Of course you
Okay,
can.
here we go.
In the Capitol, who is Ray Epps? A former member of the Oath Keepers who served in the Marine Corps and was an ardent Trump supporter, or at least he was, until conservative media post-January 6th began insinuating that he was a government plant for the deep state.
What exactly was the role of Ray Epps in the chaos of January
Love you.
6th?
Miss you.
No matter how many times they push this conspiracy, this lie, it'll never
All right.
You know what? That motherfucker would make me want to go into the Capitol.
Oh, you like Ray Epps? You have a hard on for Ray Epps?
No, he's I know it's sad. But I want to point out one thing.
Okay.
Before Ray Epps was the focus of, conspiracy theories
Nancy
that
Pelosi.
he was somehow responsible, they had this other guy, like an Antifa guy, who just showed up.
The black
Sullivan, John Sullivan.
Sullivan, yeah.
Wow, you know that.
It was like, he did it. He's the one that egged everybody on. The provocateur. The same language was used, and and there was never any evidence that anybody was egged on by him.
Well, when I see Capitol Police moving the side, and you can walk in, and then you see the other videos of people actually beating the shit out of Capitol Police. It depends on what you're getting shown.
That's right.
CNN will show you the beatings. The Fox will show you, oh yeah, come on in. And that's what's the problem with watching news.
I mean, we can watch the 60 Minutes interview here.
No. I'll pass.
It's 13
I
minutes
knew.
and 23
I
seconds
saw
long.
I saw how they did Trump. Nope.
I don't watch 60 Minutes that often, but I did catch that 60 Minutes. And
Oh, of
that's why
course
I
you
said on
did.
Discord, I was like, this is gonna be, this is an important this is an important piece. That's why I shared it.
No,
Because I was like,
Topple is, I know what Topple's saying. He's saying that 60 Minutes had a narrative, a predefined narrative, and they edited all the footage, which was probably a lot, and they shrunk it down to tell that narrative. And, that might be true, but I still want to hear all the things that they decided would be in there. And to be honest,
But it's not
it
all
really
Fox.
wasn't a lot of information. It was Ray Epps denying it, which is worth something. I think it really is. Going on camera and unequivocally denying it.
Was
Not
he ever
dissembling
put on-
denying it. He
Was
didn't
he
say,
ever-
I wasn't a federal agent at that time.
Was he ever put under oath in a court setting?
No, why would he be?
That's the only thing I wouldn't know. I don't
He was not charged. He was not arrested.
Is there a
Apparently,
reason he should be charged other than
I've not
we
seen
need to
any
go to the
evidence
Capitol?
that he committed any crimes from anybody, right or
Okay.
wrong.
now there's some argument on whether, but they do believe there is footage of him being there on January 6th, and
Not
it's in the
inside
six.
Capitol.
No, he was there.
Not
but-
inside, but
Oh,
outside. And this is when the infamous whisper
Yeah,
take.
It's nothing.
at that point, he's behind the barriers.
No,
And
yeah, right. So there's no. I mean, the day before, he's on camera urging people to go into the Capitol tomorrow.
You should watch that scene, Tom. Even if it's on
Is
60
this the one that
Minutes.
he's saying that everyone go in and then everyone starts screaming fed?
Fed.
No. That's true, but not that scene. That's not the one I'm talking about.
Yes?
I'm talking about the one where he whispers in the kid's ear, or the guy's ear, and then they breach the barrier immediately after that. And the police officer is knocked down.
Was that the kid in front of? It still doesn't matter. Are we doing Charles Manson? Like, look at Charles Manson. He never killed anyone.
It looks like that fence and everything was breached, regardless of him and that one kid that he's talking to.
He was behind the first
But
breachers.
it wasn't like that kid took the charge and pushed everything down.
That's right.
It shouldn't be anything anyway.
Well, a significant group of the protesters audibly gasps when the police officer gets knocked over by the fence, and one of them runs around and picks them up, and they're there's a solid core of people who are concerned with the police officers not being hurt.
Yes.
That's, it's starting to make me understand that there was definitely people there who were there for a peaceful protest, and people there who were there
to make trouble.
Absolutely.
Cause trouble. Same thing with Black Lives Matters. That was
exactly. It's the exact same thing.
Right.
It's the same dynamic. And
there's peaceful protesters all around the country, and only probably 5% were shown on air because they were doing something wrong.
Exactly.
Mr. Kilsey once, as a Trump supporter, I don't know if it was a Trump supporter, but it was certainly a protester.
Yeah.
They
were all Trump supporters.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, you could assume so, for sure.
Other
You're
than
right.
Sullivan wasn't a Trump supporter. And the lady, the reporter from CNN he was with wasn't.
Okay,
somebody just happened to be walking down the sidewalk when that policeman got trampled.
Wearing the MAGA hat.
Ooh.
I didn't know this was a MAGA hat. I thought it said Washington Nationals.
That's my only question, actors. But then again, regardless.
Who are actors? The cops? Protesters?
No. Oh, they did act like actors. They didn't do anything, so.
And that term you guys alluded to earlier that everyone is drawn to more lately, agent provocateur.
Agent provocateur.
I mean, do these things really exist, or is this a complete figment of the imagination of conspiracy theorists?
No, there is certainly a history, sad history, in the
and what, the French Revolution? I mean, are we talking in modern times?
Real
in the FBI, of people involved, of infiltrators and informers, encouraging crimes. It's happened all through the war on terrorism. Is one of the things that I wanted to do was to hope somebody in the news media with resources would take a look at all these people that were convicted and sentenced to life in prison for Islamic extremist terrorism, and see how many of them would never have committed the crime if they weren't sort of led through and coached into it by FBI informants.
But they wanted to kill Americans.
That's okay.
It's okay. What are you?
It is okay. You're allowed to want to kill Americans in the United States. You don't get punished for what your thoughts are. And entrapment means you should not be arrested for something that you would never have done, but for the fact that someone acting at the behest of law enforcement, facilitated the crime.
So if someone shows up with two hookers and an 8-ball, and they're like, "Yo, join in."
RT.
If that's the FBI showing up with two hookers and an 8-ball, and
then that would be illegal.
It would be. You'd never get him out. It'd be entrapment. It'd be no.
So that's what you're saying. That shouldn't happen.
I'm saying I suspect that it might have happened at least a couple times, and there are people rotting in prison for the rest of their life who were post 9/11, no jury gave anything the benefit of the doubt. Nobody cared. Locked the Muslims up. In fact, I know the guy who was right at the front of that crowd, egging that on.
Huh.
Me.
No kidding, huh?
Absolutely. Yep. Shameful.
You gotta remember the FBI is watching us because of AFED's friend now, so you gotta be careful what you say.
Yep.
I trained him.
Well, that's incredibly interesting. I mean, how many people, if you were to just take a stab in the dark, you think that are unjustly held? Last dance, 50?
No, I wouldn't go that far. Not for life in prison. Not for serious.
10 is a lot.
3 or 4 is what I would say.
No kidding, huh?
It could be 10, but my guess is 3 or 4.
Now, given the possibility, if they had bombs at their own disposal, would they have gone through with these acts potentially?
I don't know. I mean, that's what somebody has to review, basically.
Right.
Some people may agree with everything Al Qaeda says. They may want to see Americans killed. They may believe that terrorism is the right way to go, and they may even want to participate in terrorism. But it takes so many steps to actually pull the trigger, and a lot of people just won't get there for various reasons. Some of them, because it's too real when they finally think about it. But others because they're just not well organized enough to complete all the steps.
Yeah, that is interesting, man.
The intersection of people who are well organized and mentally stable, and people who are likely to commit, want to commit terrorist acts. It's actually pretty small. Mm-hmm. This is why terrorism is not a bigger deal.
Thank God.
Yeah. And this is why you can't arrest a murderer before they actually murder somebody.
Right.
There are always people that people suspect of being strange, and then after the fact, you hear these comments made about them. But, in the way our legal system is set up, you can't do anything, essentially, until, and I don't know. I think that's a good thing, I guess. But it'd be nice if there was a better way to regulate it. It seems like all the mental health issues we have going on right now, that if there was a way to... it was like they used to have too much mental health control with all these hospitals and institutions and whatnot. And then they shut those out, and then there's nothing, it seems like, there's got to be an...
It's clear that was a mistake, because people living and dying and freezing to death on the streets is hardly a better... That's hardly a great example of freedom, is it? Mm-hmm. So people who can't take care of themselves being in institutions it's not a happy thing, but it sure beats... being left to drift off on their own, freeze to death, kill some people. Who knows? That they're.
Yeah, it's true, because it seems now that certain things are more prevalent. Certain ailments, certain developmental issues seem to be problematic now. And there will be need for places for people like that to live, to enjoy their existence. Like you say, they may not be able to care for themselves, but as a society and human beings, you have to take care of the people who can't. I feel like that's something we owe to being a human. We are not animals, so we go above and beyond to take care of each other. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It isn't like a herd where the sick one, they're fucking get kicked out and get eaten by lions. We're elevated, so They definitely have to do something about that for sure. Here we go, Mr. Kill C1.
Yeah, he's on it.
Proven was a hoax. A hoax? What's a hoax?
Join on in, Mr. Kill. You can bring up whatever evidence you have, dude. And you've been
Pisses me off because I saw Mr. Kelsey on here when I couldn't get on, and I would love to have a conversation with him.
All right, that should bring. That's it. You just casted the line out.
Yep.
That's a shiny worm. Mr.
But if
Kill
he
C1
can't,
is your
if
pike.
he can't make it in, I understand.
Oh, he can make it in, bro.
No, that's not true. Like, I've
What,
been off for 3 weeks on here, I believe. I don't know.
Well, it's only 4:40 a.m. over there. I'm sure he's just relaxing, having a beer, and you know,
the night is hardly old.
Yeah, normal guy, right? I mean,
Tucker was proven January 6th was a hoax. What kind of hoax?
I agree.
A hoax.
Yeah.
Was it worse than Pearl Harbor though?
Yeah. It's the biggest attack on our democracy since the Civil War.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, pretty much the worst of all would have been 9/11, followed closely by Pearl Harbor. Is that right?
I mean, they would argue that 9/11 isn't really an attack on democracy.
That was the government doing to it themselves.
Attack on the U.S.
It was an insurance scam.
I'm sure Mr. Kill C1 has some hoaxes about 9/11 as well.
It was an insurance scam.
I searched long
because the guy that owned them was Jewish. So
I'm not gonna lie. After 9/11, I was still in high school, and a video of I forget what it was called, Penny, and I watched that, and I was converted over. Like, no, this was the government.
Did you ever watch Zeitgeist?
No, never heard of that one.
Zeitgeist, the movie. Anybody? Any of you?
No.
I've seen. I've seen. Probably, if I added everything together, the whole thing.
It was well. I mean, I thought well put together and
sure,
kind of interesting to watch when you're stoned. And
what was it about though?
9/11. And it was also about I wouldn't call it a conspiracy, but there's certain parts of Christianity that line up with older pagan symbology that I thought was interesting that they did cover in Zeitgeist, which brought up the fact that Christianity was more or less based on old pagan religions, and a lot of the symbolism and stories were based on old pagan stuff, which actually kind of, in a way, added it sort of invalidates Christianity, which I thought was an interesting subject. Cool. I don't know. Do you remember?
Too.
Yeah, exactly. There was astronomy involved, and there was 9/11. And it was basically they're trying to prove to you that what you think is real, the zeitgeist, is fake. What you're fed is not true of the reality of the history of humankind all the way up to the present. Pretty interesting shit. Nothing to write home about in hindsight, but and now it's so dated. Have you watched it recently, Aphid? It's like
no.
You might as well be watching the Zapruder film. It's so bad now. It's like
really.
It's not
that produced. I thought it was
produced well. The camera clarity quality is just it's not great. You know, it was produced well, and there was a Zeitgeist too because it was so popular.
Yeah. It's just a free YouTube video.
I'm just saying, as a young person watching a video and it showed me like edited, I actually believed it was the government that caused, or it was the government that did 9/11. It was nothing to do with terrorism or any of that stuff. And that's how scary things are when you're young, and then you grow up, and then you start seeing the real picture. Unless you're AFED, and then you watch only CNN. But
That's me.
Exactly.
Got it on one of these back here right now. Don't want to miss a thing.
I hear a lot of typing. What's going on?
Sorry,
That's Last Dance.
that's me.
You got a typewriter there?
Yeah, it's a 1940 typewriter.
Is that an Apple? How's it make that
He's still-
clicking sound?
It's a MacBook Pro.
He still communicates via Morse code.
That's right. Morse code. That guy stole it from me. Fucker Morse. It's Last Dance code.
And then I saw you guys had an argument in the past about how NPR is not biased or something.
No, I don't think anybody ever said that NPR wasn't biased. I think that was what.
I don't want to get in a fight with AFED about this again.
Am I being an editor? Am I right?
No fight.
Agent provocateur Topple. Go ahead.
No, Last Dance just wanted to clarify that. The Last Dance wanted to clarify that the NPR was the least biased out of all the main.
I want to know. So
That wasn't my only clarification.
No, that's pretty much what everybody got out of it. I think.
I think I made a sort of a slightly more extended point about that.
If I could clip apart, I think that you said you agreed that NPR was the least biased. It might have been only by 5%. But
I also said that though that is true, the difference between the least biased and, say, MSNBC is really very small.
My whole argument was that why you seem to focus so much attention on NPR when if it was the least, it was the most that you focused your attention on. That's my only.
NPR gets money from federal and state local governments. That's why.
But anytime you're defending yourself, AFED, you always bring up, well, NPR said this.
No, I do not. I do not do that.
Yes,
I do not do that. No, I have said that they are the least biased, but I don't think I've ever said, it must be true because NPR said this.
I'm putting words in your mouth. I'm sorry.
I think you are. Which, you're not the only one. Everybody seems to put words in my mouth.
It's just such a great mouth. It's got a beard above it. It's got a hat on.
It does.
What's up with the mustache? Yeah, what's up with that?
Mustache.
It was springtime, and usually I just shave it once and keep growing back. But I don't know. I might keep the stash for a while.
80s porn style.
Very 80s.
It's getting too white. It was getting too white down here.
You gonna get a mullet going too?
That's the only place I can grow hair is in the back of my head. So maybe
you got the horseshoe of luck.
No, it's not. I still have some hair, but it's so thin that if it grows any much longer than that, it looks like I'm trying to cover it up. So I don't see a point in growing it much longer than it is.
Mm-hmm.
What's going on in the sidebar?
I've got
still.
Oh, speaking of getting old, I went to the doctor this last week and I did my checkup, because I had Topple, I don't know if I had a high blood pressure scare about a month and a half ago or so, but I went back for the follow up on it, and it seems that the pills are doing what they should do. And
you're on high blood pressure.
All my blood tests. I know, man. I was like really depressed about it, to be honest.
No, it's nothing to be depressed about, but
I was. I don't want to take a pill because that means I'm
stressed.
That means you're.
I'm always. I've been stressed since.
I've
been stressed since I was.
He's a small business owner.
I know. That's
I couldn't do that because of the stress.
I praise AFED for being a business owner himself.
But I don't want to draw attention to that. But yeah, so everything worked out, and my blood. They tested my blood and my pee and everything, and everything's.
Did you get the rod yet? Did you get the pole?
The pole?
Yeah.
Jesus, what's that? That sounds horrible.
Don't they run something up your ass at a certain age?
I think
colonoscopy. I
that
didn't.
wasn't
Yeah.
a doctor you went to.
Yeah.
No matter what he said, his first name was.
Yeah,
He was not a
You,
doctor.
a sign is you never pay the doctor cash. So
That's right.
Yep. B
Oh, I'll be there.
BYOL. Bring your own lube.
but yeah, she was telling me I need to go get my colonoscopy, which I'm going to work on that next.
Does that run in your family?
Last Chance has had like what 3 or 4, right?
Well,
Yeah.
okay, but does that run in your family though, or is
Yes,
there
it
certain?
does. It does.
Okay,
It does.
so if it doesn't run in your family, do they like wait till you're like 50 at least?
Yeah, but I'm going to be 50 in like a few months.
Oh shit,
so-
you look young. Good
I
for
know,
you.
man.
Good for you.
Yeah, you're gonna have to take the drink, dude. You know what that means.
I think it's different now. I think it's a pill. My wife just had it, and it wasn't that big of it. I mean, she was in the bathroom like all night. But
Why you guys
Right.
your wife like that?
Well, whatever it is, drink or pill, you're in on the toilet for a long period of time, so you don't
Right.
get crap
Well-
all over the camera because they don't like that.
Drinking the drink
No,
is one of the worst parts.
I'm
of
still
the
at that.
thing. So.
Spread them, cough.
it
2
was
times.
the worst.
It was.
Yeah.
It's all bad, but the drink. It's easy for the first, 32 ounces, but the last, if it's a half gallon, the last 32,
64.
it's just choking it down. It's just.
Is it a drink still? Last dance?
No, it's a pill. It's a pill.
Well,
now.
he says it's a pill now. When I did
What
it
do you
last-
say? You're old. You do it every year.
Well, I did it 5 years ago. Not every year.
5
no.
years. Okay.
Not every year. That would be horrible.
Okay.
I'd rather have cancer.
So what is it? 50, 55, 60?
In my case, because I have a family history of colon cancer, I forget what it was, every 5 years instead of every 10 years. I don't remember what it was.
Right.
Yeah,
More
that sounds-
frequent though.
I was supposed to be in there at 30, like 35. I think I was supposed to be in there, and
Yeah.
I didn't. go.
Jesus.
And I started at like 40, so.
Yeah.
I have no family history, and that's what I tell the doctor. And like, well, you need to do this, 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 this. And I'm like, can I just spread them and cough still? That's all I'm at. That's all
I don't
I'm
know
at.
if it makes a difference or not, but the people, like my mother, had some of her colon or intestines removed and stuff because of colon cancer and stuff. But she had problems. I don't know if that means anything or not, but she had ongoing problems that kind of pointed that there was something wrong. I don't really have that problem. So.
Yeah, so you're probably okay. So, when you get the clean bill of health, you won't be surprised.
Going back to my brother he hit a bunch of polyps. But he told me before, he told me years before he got his first one and they removed the polyps, that every time he went, this is horrible. Every time he went to the bathroom, he had like this thing he had to like push back up in there because it popped out.
That sounds like
all
a
the time.
Hemorrhoid.
Maybe, I don't know.
Unless he
But
had
he's
like gigantic
he said it was
polyps that came out.
He said it was like grapes is what it was like.
What? Your brother told you this?
Yeah, because I told him, I was like, because at one point he was laying in a pool of blood on the floor and he got real drunk, and he bled out on the floor. And
Jesus.
My brother is so like, I don't want to get into my brother, but he was like on Facebook, like telling everybody like, oh, I'm dying, I'm late. So it was like, I woke up at 5 o'clock in the morning. I'm like, because he lived in the city, and I was like, I called my mom and dad. My dad was still alive back then, and I was like, "You guys need to go down and get my brother." He's he's on Facebook telling everybody he's dying, bleeding out on the. But that's when he finally got the. I guess when you get drunk or something, maybe it had. I don't know. It had something to do with his blood or something.
Yes. What happened?
Whoa, you're
so
really interested in this.
He went to the hospital and then they gave him the colonoscopy and he had I don't remember how many it was, but it was a obscene amount of polyps that they removed from him.
Jesus.
You need some witch hazel.
Witch hazel.
And you haven't
brother
had.
needs a lot
How
of-
long ago was this?
For my brother's 5 years older than me, and this was at least 10 years ago. My dad's been gone for at least 10 years, so
Man,
or
I
12
can't
years
believe you
ago.
didn't get a colonoscopy.
Well, he's always had problems, and my mom's always had problems. My dad never had problems, and he didn't have colon
Yeah.
cancer, so I don't have problems.
If it was me, I would have gotten it right away.
I know, but you would have probably been to your doctor before. You know, I haven't been to my doctor since my pediatrician.
No,
so.
you're right. You're right. I had good health insurance too. So
Not
I
one doctor.
I paid $2,000 a month for my health insurance, but I still didn't go.
Why don't you go, man?
Because you can't afford not to
Well,
go to
I go.
work.
Ignorance is bliss.
That. Well, I don't really have I don't go for I guess I could go for a checkup, but I don't have a
Well,
problem.
as long as they got your blood pressure and cholesterol and all that shit in check, you'll
My
be
cholesterol was lower than it was, 10. I went to the doctor 12 years ago because I had some kind of stomach problem. I don't even remember what it was, but I guess it was documented what my cholesterol level was then. And my doctor the other day she said, from what I got on record, your cholesterol is lower than it was 12 years ago.
So your cholesterol was low, but your blood pressure was high.
Now my blood pressure is fine because I take that stupid pill every morning.
Yeah, but that's interesting because usually high cholesterol and hypertension go together.
Well, keep in mind though, I got my blood tested a week ago today, and this is a month after I've been taking the low blood pressure medicine. So maybe my cholesterol was sky high when my blood pressure was sky high, but now my blood pressure is down low, and it had a month to kind of chill out.
It's possible.
What prompted you to go to the doctor?
Because we had this conversation. I think my wife had.
Sorry,
That's all right. We had this little wrist thing, that tests your blood pressure, and I was talking to my buddy.
But I don't remember most of it anyway, so
you won't remember this either.
Yeah,
but anyway,
exactly.
so I was talking to my buddy, and he was talking about he's 50 years old now, and he's got a newborn, and he's got two 50? Little boys. They're 4 and 5.
50? What is he, crazy?
Yes. He had the baby at 49, but now he's 50.
Is he loaded?
Anyway,
does he have a ton of
No, he's my buddy that lives in New York that comes in and stays the night with me, like your buddy from college. Anyway, he was saying how aggravated he was getting, with the kids doing this or doing that or whatever, and I was like, at our age, high blood pressure can add to your, how aggravated you get at certain things, like at a stoplight or something somebody won't drive right, And he's like, "Are you serious?" And I'm like, "Yeah, dude. That has a lot to do with how aggravated you get." Because I know my dad was my dad used to get in fights all the time, And when he took
in
the high
public,
blood pressure,
you mean?
Yeah.
Oh my god, what a wild man!
At the races a lot, and then when we'd be driving, he'd get in arguments with people. I remember one time the guy had a Jeep, with the soft door, and he was on the side of the road trying to rip this dude's door off.
Crazy.
Anyway, but I told my buddy this, and my wife, she came downstairs as I was telling him about high blood pressure with the little cuff thing, to test.
Yeah.
My mom gave it to us because she didn't like it or whatever. And I was like, "Man, you're giving me high blood pressure just by showing me that high blood pressure tester thing,
They call that white coat syndrome.
It sat there on the table here in the basement because I was talking to my buddy, and the next day I was like, I'll put that on there and give it a shot, And it said 200 over 130 or something, and I was like, oh my god, I looked it up and I was like, it was you need to go to the ER, if your blood pressure is that much. And I thought I was gonna. So I went to the store and I bought grapes and oranges and water, and I was like, I'm only gonna drink water from now on and eat grapes and stuff. And
did you quit smoking?
And it didn't. I cut way back.
Half a day he stopped.
Okay.
Just for the afternoon, and then he had a couple drags on the way home.
I was taking it 2 or 3 times a day, and every time it was still the same. And after 3 or 4 days, I was like, maybe the cuffs, this Walgreens cheap thing, and maybe I don't know how to read right, you know. So I went to the grocery store, and it was like 2 teen over like 130 something, and it said on the screen, you know, seek immediate care.
I'm surprised the little flashing light didn't go off.
Yeah, and I was.
We have
it's right
called
by-
911 for you.
It's right by the pharmacy, you know, and
Uh-huh.
I'm like, oh my god! I was like, I hit the clear button, you know, I didn't want nobody to see, you know. So, but I came home and I was like, it was in the middle of the day, and I was working, and I didn't have time to take off the rest of the day, but I was like freaking out, you know, and I was like, I told my wife, I was like, we got, you know, let's go to the urgent care or whatever, you know, and see if they can give me something or whatever.
Yeah.
And then I went there, and then I found it. Well, when I looked for the doctors, and it was like most of the doctors, like I don't know if you guys have an established doctor, probably all of you, so you don't have to worry about this. But
Yeah.
if you don't have a doctor, it's like a month before you can see a doctor, at least, you know. And
Yeah, but even if
like-
you have a doctor, they're not taking you in right away.
Nope.
Oh, really? My chick doctor, she's been pretty cool, like, you know. But anyway, so I was like, man, I could have a stroke by then. But I got myself on a, like, I couldn't pick it, but I was like on a waiting list type thing. Like if somebody canceled at one of the doctors in my plan or whatever, I could go to them. So that happened, like, it was like an hour later, and they called me, and I was like, I'll go,
Wow.
you know. And I went, and
Outstanding.
she was awesome. I really like her. She's really cool. She's like my age, and I feel like I can relate to her. You know, she don't seem like a too doctory, like, you know. But she's real smart, and you know.
Do you have urgent care by you?
Yeah, that's what I went to first, and they gave me the pill, you know, and they
Okay.
brought my blood pressure down.
Oh, so they did give
But
you
the-
something.
Yeah, at the urgent, it was like there's 2 different types of urgent cares around here, at least. One like is like it's like a full on
Pharmacy.
like little hospital almost, you know.
Yeah.
And they have all the pills and stuff they can give you, and they got MRIs and all that crap they can do. And the other one is just like, oh, we can't help you, go to the ER. So I went to the one that was like a little emergency room, and they gave me they shaved my chest and put the little sticky things on me, and
That's an EKG.
yeah, EKG. And they gave me I told you the medicine they gave me.
I was going to joke
I'm
again
still
at that, just like with Topo, that wasn't a doctor you saw who's.
Yeah, right.
But it's not funny with you because it's.
Well, I
very
mean,
serious.
it's okay if you're like hanging, right? Like,
Yeah, right. That's how it works.
they put this red ball in my mouth with a
That's right,
strap.
there's-
I don't know.
There's supposed to be a whip involved. That's what the doctor used.
I haven't seen a doctor in 7 years, so I don't know.
Oh, you young
Yeah,
fuckers.
man, me too.
Well, I'm knocking on 40's door, so I'll be there soon.
Knock, knock, knocking on.
She told me I didn't have to
door.
see her for 6 months, so I was like, man,
Sweet.
that's, you know.
That's good because you probably are
And then-
otherwise overall in good health.
I was like, my weight's fine, you know,
Yeah,
and
your weight's fine.
Decent, I'm decent, like physical shape and everything. So
Do you? I mean, you seem like you eat pretty well. You don't get too much salt though in your diet. You're real.
well, at
You know,
my
you're kind of a
lunches,
chef. You know, you might get a
yeah,
little salt.
my lunches we do eat a lot. Well, we don't do it as much now, but we do eat a lot of fast food. For
What's
lunch.
wrong with salt, Last Dance?
If you don't have high blood pressure, there's nothing wrong with it. And
You were the one saying that you don't put salt on your rim on your margaritas because you're worried
Never.
about your high blood pressure.
Never.
But you know, the only thing I would say is if by reducing your salt, you notice your blood pressure get better, then you know that salt's maybe a problem. But if you reduce your salt, nothing changes. Then
She told me it's not a problem of like if you're gonna get it, it's when you're gonna get it. Because every single person as they age is gonna have hypertension.
Plus,
Well,
you're a smoker, too.
That's true.
Well, she don't know that.
Well, you didn't tell her you were a smoker?
Man, I mean, my insurance. If I told them I was a smoker,
Oh,
and I
my
shouldn't
God.
be talking about this, but
What do you mean? That's health insurance doesn't change.
Yeah, that
Life
doesn't-
insurance maybe, but
Yeah.
no, health insurance makes a big difference in your health
Well,
insurance.
yeah.
I don't know any that I haven't asked that.
Yeah,
No, they do ask.
Yeah, it's a big difference.
Well, fuck them. Don't tell them about it.
I pay an extra 30.
Well, I didn't. And she didn't know, so she checked over my lungs and everything. So I figured this is my
Yeah,
last
can-
chance. I got to quit smoking because
So you lied.
It does matter because I told them once when they asked that, I said cannabis, and the guy said, no, they don't care about that, just cigarettes.
yeah.
And it was a male nurse.
I mean, you don't smoke 20 joints a day, do you?
Well, I mean, this. I think they.
No, maybe
one
like the
joint-
equivalent of 3 or 4.
One joint
Jesus
is
Christ.
supposedly the equivalent of like, I don't know, I could be wrong, but like 5 cigarettes.
You are wrong.
See?
That is a completely
now.
fabricated fact from back
Is
in the
it?
day.
I'm glad
Seems
to
quite
hear you say
unlikely.
that. I'm glad to
Are
hear you
you-
say that.
Are they filtered?
My joints?
Yes.
Hell no.
That does.
But
So you're
they're
smoking
they're
a
cl-
now, non-filter cigarette every time.
no. You can't compare nicotine and tobacco to THC and cannabis. It's
Well, I mean, it'd be TARS that would be the real issue, right? For
no, it's
Lung
No,
first.
nicotine raises blood pressure.
a little bit, a very
nicotine's a stimulant.
little bit.
And
That
cannabis
changes
is
it.
not.
Big difference. Big D.
Yeah. You know what'll raise your blood pressure? Aphid lip quitting smoking.
Yeah.
At least temporarily.
It doesn't matter though. It needs to happen. It needs to happen. It has to happen.
Last Dance. I'm surprised you never picked up a Pall Mall in your early days. And,
He's old.
Why are you surprised about that?
I can't.
because it must have been a stressful life. People around you must have been smoking. You never had a smoke.
All
My
those
parents did.
assassinations.
I was one of those people who really are bothered by smoke,
Mm.
and so I was
So if
never
you
tempted
smell
to
it-
smoke because it really.
So
really
if you smell
fucked me
someone
up.
smoke near you, you get bothered by it.
Yes.
Okay. Now,
So
you're,
I was never tempted. I was always like, stop smoking, Mom and Dad.
What about weed? Never.
I hate this.
Not for the same reason. It's still smoke.
I
So
can't
it-
stand the smell of weed anymore.
Yeah, but you used
Man, I
to toke,
smell
though.
it everywhere. Now.
Yes, everywhere in
However,
my house.
just like anybody else, I could start and then I could overcome that, and then I could get I know that it's not like something that I could never overcome. If I really wanted to do that, right? Like, God, I need to start smoking. I could do it. I had a cousin who was just like me. He was older, but he had like he was asthma and he was allergic to tobacco and he smoked cigarettes.
But unlike you, he strived to become a smoker, and he became that smoker.
He's an overachiever.
He was a real man.
Yeah.
Well, guys,
Good.
I'm going to take off. I promised my boy I'd play a little bit of game before.
Well,
we
it's
went
great.
To bed
It's
tonight.
great talking to you.
No kidding, huh?
Take care.
Going to play?
Take care,
I'll
guys.
see you later.
Yeah, go play a
I
little
am
bit.
going to confess to Smokesteve at some point.
No
About
kidding.
Oh, come on.
Confess about what?
I'm
All
not
right.
gonna let it happen.
We'll get to it.
Oh no!
Don't worry about it.
Watch
All right. See you later, Aphid. You'll
Take
have
it
to
easy,
watch a
man.
replay. Confession time.
So
All right,
while
I
you were
came out-
gone,
I came out of the closet, Smokesteve.
Yes,
I'm not
yes.
married. I am actually a gay man.
Not surprised. Next confession.
What the fuck?
while you were gone, the guy that came on and he was actually, his face was there, and I said, "Do this,"
You let him on.
and I did this, and I let him on, and
I saw it.
he poop bombed the.
I knew that was going to happen.
So, I got him off quickly, but what does it matter? Even if it's 1 second, it's too much.
I don't know. There is a delay to YouTube, so most of them don't make it on there unless, like, sometimes I was really slow on the block.
They'll go back
Okay.
in time so you can edit the video at least.
I can if necessary. Honestly, if they cancel my shit, I don't care, dude.
All right.
Fucking whatever.
All right. Well, Last Dance will carry on the show.
And you have to. You have to expect him. I'm glad your cherry is broken. Then Last Dance,
Yes, it
he
is.
got you. He got you. All right.
Well, you know what?
yeah.
You want to know what the
He
worst
did.
part is? I'll tell you what the worst part is. After that video, I imagined I could smell it, and I was starting to gag. Isn't that weird?
What?
That is weird.
Because I saw it and I imagined in my mind, I thought I could smell it. Just the visual thing made my brain think it smelled it.
I
was
just
starting
thought
to
how
gag.
bad Smokesteve was going to be upset with Last Dance. That's the only way I thought about it.
No, I mean, I saw it earlier when he was trying to get on. There, he did show a brief second of scatophilia, if you will, or scatological.
Well, he came out with a different name, and you know, it was a person it looked like, and I said do this, and he did that when I said it. But we got to probably try a different thing, like put up a card that says yada yada or something. I don't know.
But even
Just
still,
forget
it
it.
seems
Doesn't
like it
matter.
might be a real guy, and then he just flips to the bomb.
Yep.
And
Well,
yeah,
didn't
it's
you
a
think-
legitimate question that English Bottle Cap asks.
Yeah, I don't know either.
Because they're kids. They're kids.
He looked like
That's
an adult.
why.
You know, he was
No.
young,
Oh.
but
What is an adult to you these days, though?
18.
someone who's 18.
Still 18? I say 25. And up. Whoa.
Sorry.
The only way you can get away from YouTube has to understand there's people that do this. So
I would
if you
think
cut
so.
them off real quick, I can't see a problem with it.
I can't see it either. I mean, you have no way of knowing a priori what they're going to do, and when you
Because I guarantee this little piece of shit is probably going to report this now, like they did on the Twitch stream when they did that on the Twitch.
yeah.
But they got to understand, like, you cut them off real quick. I guess it comes down to editing the video to get rid of it.
Well, according to Smokesteve, the editing tools are pretty crude.
No, they don't care. It's YouTube.
He has to edit out a big chunk just to get out a little piece.
Shit.
Smokesteve, you're muted.
Huh?
Unmuted.
There you go.
So if we go back, we probably could find the time it happened and let you know.
It was at 3 hours and 27 or 28 minutes.
Did you guys see it on YouTube? Yeah, we all saw it.
No, but you guys are here on the StreamYard. I'm wondering if...
I went back while we were talking and scrolled back on YouTube, and I did see the guy. I didn't, I did the very coarse zooming back and forth, and at least I saw his face on YouTube. If I'd have-
Competi says no. And
Well,
he's-
it was pretty quick, but he was on. I could check right now.
it's about a 10-second delay. Is what they say.
Well, we can't edit that 10 seconds.
I can go back and edit it after the fact.
Can you edit when I came on earlier in the show?
I can delete that. But you have to give me the timestamp. You have to find it and be like, delete this, please. It would take me 2 minutes to delete it.
I don't care.
It's a pain in the ass to find stuff like that.
You don't watch the whole show? You don't watch a full 5-hour show after you're done?
Usually just the monologue for myself, and and once someone else joins in, I'm like, I'm out. I mean, yeah. Is that narcissistic to just watch myself and then leave?
Maybe a little.
No,
But 5
that's
hours.
not. Yeah, who has 5 hours to do that?
Exactly.
I try to catch up what happened the week before, but then I'm like, I don't got like you guys have been doing 5-hour shows, so I'm like, I don't got that time.
Exactly.
So I go from when McGrande joins in and when McGrande shoots off.
Not bad. No Biscuit tonight. He's been coming on after he wakes up in the morning, which has been an interesting dynamic.
Yeah.
But hopefully the old boy's doing well. But I'm thinking about killing this one here, fellas. What do you think? I can keep it going.
No, I'm pretty tired, so I'm ready to go.
All right. Well, you guys have a wonderful week.
All right, it's great having you on for change, Topple.
Yeah, man.
It's a busy time of year.
No, I understand. It's just great having you on. So,
hopefully, I'll be by the poolside next.
Absolutely.
Well, next week might be Friday if you guys are in, because I'm going to Florida on Saturday. So.
Oh, you're going to go see McGrande?
No, I'm going to the West Coast on the Gulf side, so pretty excited. But if you're around Friday night, jump on for sure.
All right, take it easy.
Sounds good.
Mr. Kelsey, English Bottle Cap and Cup of Tea, and Smokesteve, thanks for doing the show.
Sounds good, everybody.
All right,
take care.
Have a wonderful week, guys.
You too. See you guys later. All right, everybody. And the pub is over. Thank you, everyone, for being here. It was a lot of fun. Have a drink, listen to some music, and go to bed. Please do the same. Have a little bit of smoke if you want. Take care of yourself. Good night. Thank you for being here.